Awful. He is author of The Indoctrinated Brain. Okay, this is what we're going to talk about today, about the attack on both the actual parenchyma, the tissue of the brain, and through toxic brainwashing. He suggests tactics to resist neurological warfare and the battle for your mind. He'll be here right after this.
Our laws, as it pertains to substances, are draconian and bizarre. The psychopaths start this way. He was an alcoholic because of social media and pornography, PTSD, love addiction, fentanyl and heroin. Ridiculous.
I'm a doctor, for sake. Where the hell do you think I learned that?
I'm just saying, you go to treatment before you kill people.
I am a clinician. I observe things about these chemicals.
Let's just deal with what's real.
We used to get these calls on Loveline all the time.
Educate adolescents and to prevent and to treat.
If you have trouble you can't stop and you want to help stop it, I can help. I got a lot to say. I got a lot more to say.
Are you one of the millions of American women and men dealing with premature hair thinning and hair loss? Or maybe you're scared about inheriting that thinning look because it runs in your family? Start 2024 with a real solution that delivers results home. Right now, new custom at Provia. You and your family need to be prepared. That's where the Wellness Company comes in. You know the Wellness Company. We have their physicians. Provides a guidebook to aid in the. As I said, my guest is Dr. Michael Nehls. The book is The Indoctrinated Brain, How to Successfully Fend Off the Global Attack on Your Mind, on your mental freedom. It is out now. You can follow Dr. Nehls at Nehls, N-E-H-L-S, M-D on X, as well as Michael-Nehls, N-E-H-L-S .com. And I've been rather preoccupied with this topic for a while. I have been thinking a lot about indoctrination and about brainwashing and propaganda. And it gets to the point where it's hard to know who to believe, right? There's a lot going on, and they're all vying for your attention and attempting to persuade you. And Dr. Nehls, in his book, makes the case there is something even more problematic going on. He calls neurological warfare. Please welcome Dr. Michael Nehls.
Hey, hello, Drew.
Welcome.
And thank you very much for the invitation. I feel honored. Thank you.
Yeah, it's our privilege. So, your background, you're a physician, you've done work in Alzheimer's disease, you're specialized in genetics and immunology or molecular genetics. What led you down this road? What was happening that got you to write this book?
Well, there are many things. First of all, I was working very hard in the last 15 years on Alzheimer's disease, as you already mentioned. Particularly what is the cause of the disease, and I discovered that not what is usually said, that age is actually the major cause of Alzheimer's. It's quite contrary. Age is actually quite good for us because we become more wise when we age, unless, of course, our autobiographical memory center, which is called the hippocampus, is not working right. And I know from my research now that Alzheimer's can be prevented by 100%. So age is not the cause. Age is just something that is required because it takes a few decades, usually 4, 5, 6, to develop the disease. And what I learned about Alzheimer's is that we can prevent it by keeping a lifestyle that is more natural, more close to our natural needs. And we were far off the natural needs already before 2020. And I wrote a book about this before this one. It is called The Exhausted Brain, where I show that the mental energy that we need for thinking, for being curious, for having a strong psychological resilience, which altogether with our memory center, which contains all the information that we have stored over our lifetime, that all this together is our mental immune system. And this was decaying already before 2020. And one of the consequences of this decay is a rise in depression rates and a rise in Alzheimer's rates. And the depression rates, according to the World Health Organization, were like highest ever recorded in summer 2019. And then the measures came in 2020, and they were going completely in the wrong direction. And I already explained in my previous book we will see a huge rise in depression rates. We will see a huge rise in Alzheimer's rates. And that's actually what's happening. And that just made me curious because on the one side, we want to save people by these measures. On the other side, we throw them in a disaster. And this is just the tip of an iceberg. I mean, depression rates and Alzheimer's are just the tip of an iceberg of a society whose brains are not functioning very well. And that's maybe even the reason why all these strange measures in 2020 were accepted. But then we were even more off the course 2020, which led us to accept even more strange measures like the injection program of the mRNA. Totally experimental, no sane person would actually accept that. And from my research in immunology, and particularly also on Alzheimer's, I realized that Alzheimer's is essentially a disease which is caused by neuroinflammation. And it was already known from SARS-CoV-1, the virus which tried to make a pandemic in 2002 and 2003, and papers were published then 3 or 4 years later. They showed that the spike protein is quite able to cause inflammation of the brain, neuroinflammation, and that this neuroinflammation causes our autobiographical memory to shrink. And that, of course, is not a good thing. So the measures in 2020 advanced the shrinkage of our hippocampus, of our autobiographical memory center, and then it was even further advanced by the spike protein that was now not only delivered by the virus, but also by this mRNA program. And this together gave me the creeps. I was immediately aware that this can't be true unless there's something else going on. And if you look at the people who actually try to convince us that this is really important, that we actually follow the rules, that we accept everything that is done to us, these are the people who actually advance something which we call the Great Reset. And it was totally clear that the Great Reset aims at something that is so far away from what people would accept unless they are kind of extremely brainwashed. And now if you look at the hippocampus, our autobiographical memory center, if you really destroy its functionalities, and we go maybe more in depth on that, then you actually get into a situation where people accept essentially everything. And when you look at this program, this reset program is almost like a new operating system that is installed into the brains of people. And as you know from computers, if you install a new operating system, you have to first to destroy the previous one. You have to reformat the hard drive. And as I describe in my book, with the measures taken in 2020 and even more in 21, when this mRNA program was introduced, altogether essentially achieved exactly that. You erase essentially former memories and you replace them with the narratives that we are forced to memorize.
So, okay, a lot packed into that. Have you documented the hippocampus shrinking across adulthood? And I ask that question because I have seen documentation of a relatively significant, I don't want to say pandemic, incidents of shrinkage of hippocampus in young adults due to childhood trauma. In this country in particular, that is terribly common. Have you controlled for that in what you observed? First question. I have a million other questions too, but that's my first one.
Yeah, sure. Now, first of all, there are lots of studies out, large studies out, where we have data of the hippocampus size over the lifetime of people or on different different lifetimes. The largest study was from the Biobank in England, where approximately 20,000 English people, the hippocampus was measured on different lifetimes. And we know that the hippocampus shrinkage rate is about 1.5% starting in adulthood. Of course, the shrinkage is absolutely unnormal, because if they call it normal, but it's unnatural. And because we know if we change the lifestyle, we can measure an increase very quickly. So because the hippocampus is a unique feature to grow. What you are mentioning, of course, the the shrinkage already in childhood, in early on, is what we call post-traumatic stress syndrome. And in the post-traumatic stress syndrome, actually the natural or the feature that we find in the hippocampus in the brain is specifically a shrinkage of the hippocampus. That's actually its unique feature. Yeah.
Right, we got a lot of that over here. And then you've mentioned lifestyle and inflammation. So I want to dig into that a little more. And then there's a corollary question to that, which I'll try to tag on at the end of this. So I'm guessing when you say inflammation, are you talking about microvascular inflammation and damage done that way? Or is there actually immune migration into some component of the neuronal or microglial system? So that's one question. You know, what kind of inflammation are we talking about here? And I'm guessing, you know, being overweight, American diet in particular, sedentary lifestyle, these are all risk factors for either of those, frankly, but particularly the microvascular would seem to me. And then I want to tag on the final, well, you answer those first, then I have a follow-on to whatever you say here.
Yeah, sure. So actually it's both, and it's very hard to differentiate between the two because inflammation is everywhere in a sense. If we eat wrong, if we eat, for example, too much carbohydrates, we get these advanced glycation end products. They stimulate the receptor for those, the receptor of advanced glycation end products, interestingly abbreviated as RAGE. It's really a RAGE of the immune system, pro-inflammatory. We have the inflammation in our vessels, which essentially cause arteriosclerosis, which is one form of dementia. It could come out of this, which I call vascular dementia. But then we have the other form of dementia, which is caused by destruction and non-function of the hippocampus. I call this one hippocampal dementia. It's the majority of cases, even though they're both so related and they actually support each other. So it's almost like a death cycle between them. So vascular dementia, of course, causes a blood flow to be diminished to the hippocampus, and that's not good. The other side, the Alzheimer's toxin, which is produced when the hippocampus is shrinking. This one, of course, causes also inflammation in the vessels, which essentially activate the vascular dementia issue. So both are essentially there, but if you want to differentiate the two, then we have more cases of Alzheimer's than of vascular dementia. But since both are essentially have the same origin of based on a lifestyle that is unhealthy, it really doesn't matter at the end. But to your second question, the inflammation itself. When I talk about neuroinflammation, I mean the inflammation that is caused by the activation of cells in the brain, which we call microglia, and the microglia gets activated. Microglia, for example, has a receptor for which sees microorganisms that have invaded the brain. There's even a receptor for the spike, so TLR4 it's called, and TLR4 actually sees the spike protein, activates the microglia, which are the macrophages or the immune cells of the brain. And by this activation, cleanup cells, but at the same time, recognizers of an attack of the brain by microorganisms. And they see the spike protein. And of course, when they see the spike protein, they have essentially the readout, okay, we have a coronavirus infection of the brain. And consequently, they start a pro-inflammatory process. And the pro-inflammatory process leads to a production of pro-inflammatory cytokines like interleukin-1, interleukin-6, and a couple of others. And we know that these cytokines inhibit the production of new nerve cells in the hippocampus. And this production of new nerve cells is highly necessary that the hippocampus maintains its function. For example, we are curious, for example, that we have a high level of resilience. And I have even shown that this production of new nerve cells is required that we can actually remember our own thoughts. They are the mental energy required for deep thinking, alternative thinking, for thinking at all. So if you cut down the production of these nerve cells by creating neuroinflammation, then you not only have brain fog, which is one of the outcomes, which are now known as long COVID, post-COVID or post-vac, which are all called spikopathy. But a spikopathy essentially is an activation of the microglia with the result that the hippocampus is harmed. And then we harm not only our memory center or the ability to memorize things, what we also essentially harm is our ability to think, our ability to be curious. We reduce our psychological resilience. And we see the result. We see in 21, for example, there was an analysis from the German Alzheimer's Society, and they compared the numbers from 2018 to 2021 in the cases of new cases of Alzheimer's in Germany. And we had a rise by 31%. And this rise was not only, of course, that we have more cases in the age group 65 plus, which is natural, or not natural, but the normal time it takes for Alzheimer's to develop, because these measures and the spike protein are so harmful and causing the neuroinflammation, we have also an acceleration of the disease process. So the first time we had of these almost 430,000 new cases in 21 in Germany, 100,000 of those were below the age of 65, clearly showing that not age is the cause, but what was done to the population.
Okay, so my follow-on question, we're going to talk after this question about prevention, but my following question is in terms of the reset. The people that are commonly associated with this reset do not look to me like people who are avoiding the hippocampal shrinkage for a variety of reasons. They're overweight, they're sedentary, they're not the picture of fitness. They're advocating for the vaccine. They've allegedly taken the boosters. They've had COVID. Who's going to do the reset if everybody has the shrunken hippocampus?
Well, it's hard to tell who is actually behind everything that we are experiencing right now, and I'm not in the position actually to point out who really has the key in his hands, and really is essentially orchestrating what's going on worldwide, and that is orchestrated. It's obvious, never in the history of our planet were all countries kind of unified in their approach and without any questions asked. So, and we also know that the virus has been created, and we know that the mRNA has been introduced as a way to kind of vaccinate people. And even if it's totally clear that it doesn't work, it's continued with a great impact. So there is somebody behind it, but who it is, we don't know. We know who is actually advocating it, but if these are the real people or just the front people, we don't know.
So in terms of prevention, I just wrote down I just jotted down things that I normally associate with a reduction of dementias and improved vascular health. Socialization, my people that work with dementias always say that's probably numero uno. It's, of course, the opposite of what we did during lockdowns. Sleep, important. Reduce carbohydrates, lose weight, exercise, avoid, these processed, God knows what is in our food. Am I getting at the basics here?
Absolutely. In my former books, I had a formula, which is the formula against Alzheimer's disease. And in the same formula now is in the new book, and it applies to Alzheimer's, but essentially it's a formula against indoctrination. This formula shows us what you need to do in what areas of your life you need to change something. Maybe not. It's individual. Some people already exercise, so it doesn't apply. Some people sleep already well. Some people have already a purpose in life. Some don't. So find one. Check out what you're eating, of course. It's not only the bad stuff we are eating. The huge problem is also the deficiencies in micronutrients, for example. Even if people tell me they eat well, like a Mediterranean diet or an island diet, let's say an Asian diet, which is sometimes very healthy, But even if they do all that, certain things are missing. So in the northern hemisphere, like in Germany and probably also northern parts of America, United States, you certainly have a lack of vitamin D. And we know that, for example, vitamin D is not only important for your mental health. So, for example, with a vitamin D level of about 125 nanomole, and per liter, this is the number you find in tribes in Africa that live outside. It's a natural level of vitamin D. And the level we measure in Germany, for example, in winter is around 25. This is a difference of 100 nanomole. And there are studies out which show you have a 7% decrease of the likelihood of developing Alzheimer's by just raising the vitamin D level by 10 nanomole. So if you go from 25 to 125, which would be natural, then we get a 70% decrease in the likelihood of Alzheimer's. And funnily, or interestingly, the same level, 125 nanomole, it's published, peer-reviewed in several papers. The likelihood of dying of COVID is essentially zero. Because it's not only our mental immune system requiring this micronutrient, also our physical immune system fighting microorganisms require it. And the cytokine storm that we essentially we know is actually the real cause of severe COVID can be completely inhibited if you balance the regulation of your genes in your immune cells, and vitamin D as a regulator of genes in the immune cells and as well as in the nerve cells if that is present at the level of 125 nanomole, then the cytokine storm is prevented.
So the next great assault, as you've alluded to several times, is the spike protein itself, which causes, you called it a spikeopathy, I think is the word you used, which I love. I call it a spike-induced endotheliitis. That's how I think of it. It's all the same. We're all saying the same thing. It's not surprising to me that the spike was the target of a rapidly created vaccine that had to be rolled out instantly when people thought that was going to save many, many lives. It makes sense at that point. What doesn't make sense, I understand that. What doesn't make sense is that there are other literally better whole virus vaccines out there like Covaxin, and the continued push to use this spike generating vaccine against Omicron, which is a nothing for the vast majority of the population. Other than sinister forces, what are they telling? What is the justification for that?
There's no justification at all for me, from my point of view. First of all, the spike protein, we know the spike protein is very harmful. We already knew from SARS-CoV-1 that it actually harms.
But attack my what I said there, because you said not necessarily. When I said, they had to rule something out fast, and the spike protein was an obvious target, and you said no, not necessarily.
Yeah, no.
And by the way, there's some evidence that they I'm going to say, I've looked into this a lot these days, and there was some evidence they already had this underway where they were creating a coronavirus spike protein mRNA vaccine, and they just continued that work as opposed to going to the nucleocapsid or the whole virus or these other things they could have done. And then once they were there, they wouldn't let go of it, which is the oddest thing in the world to me. But you keep going. I'm sorry.
It's totally odd. First of all, why use the mRNA? Because to vaccinate somebody, the immune system quickly realizes there's something strange in the body which shouldn't be there, and it starts to attack it and evolves around it and is able to prevent further disease if a second infection comes along with the same virus or whatever it is. So you don't need mRNA, you just need the protein. First of all, and there was a suggestion even here in Germany, somebody produced enough protein. He said, in a week, we can produce enough protein to essentially vaccinate everybody in Germany. And he was actually attacked very heavily. So nobody wanted that. Then we know that the nucleocapsid gives a much better target essentially for immunization. We know this already from infected people. that if they have a high titer of nuclear capsid antibodies, they are much more secure for a second or infection. Third, the mRNA had to be packed, and it had to be packed by these lipid nanoparticles, which are inflammatory by themselves, but even worse, they were generated to cross the blood-brain barrier, actually to introduce chemicals against cancer, for example, into the brain. So now we have a stabilized mRNA that in a vehicle that actually packaged in a way that it can actually enter the brain. And I can tell you the spike protein has nothing to do in the brain. It's really dangerous. Then in addition to that, the spike protein itself was modified. There was a think tank that published already, it was essentially leaked, a document that they proposed to the DARPA in 2018. We have to make a coronavirus a bioweapon by introducing this purine cleavage site. Now, the point is, even if this has happened in Wuhan, which I think is clear enough by now, and this virus really escaped by accident, let's assume. And just by accident, they had already the vaccination pipeline going for this particular mRNA just by accident. Yeah, good luck. Yep. You know that I would love to be such a crystal ball in my hands. Would be very nice. But anyway, let's assume this happened all by accident. And then, of course, once you create this mRNA, you have a choice. You have a choice to remove the purine cleavage site. This choice you have, it's just actually a change of one letter in the alphabet of the DNA of the mRNA, and you can remove it. But they didn't do it. So here, purpose comes in. Here you can't deny that you actually did this on purpose. And if you on purpose introduce this cleavage site, you have to know, and I'm pretty sure they knew, the S1 subunit that is then created can actually go into the brain. It crosses the blood-brain barrier by itself. So even if the mRNA is not reaching the brain by packaging the mRNA in the lipid nanoparticles, if it just maybe is produced, let's say in your, I don't know, in your right hand or in your liver or wherever it reaches an organ, then of course the purine cleavage site will take care of the spike protein and release the S1 subunit. And this one is very stable and can actually go into the brain. And here, that's why I like the term spikopathy better than actually yours, to be honest, because here it's not only about endothelial damage. The spike protein attaches usually endothelia on the ACE2 receptor, but it also has a receptor on the immune cells in the brain. And here it's not ACE2, it's TLR4. And TLR4 is essentially a receptor for pathogens. And it immediately reacts to it. It essentially sees the spike protein and believes now that the brain has been infected by coronavirus and it reacts to it. And it releases pro-inflammatory cytokines. So it's a different reaction that we see only on the endothelia. And this reaction causes the production of interleukin-1, for example. Interleukin-1 is known to be one of the most potent inhibitors of cell growth in the hippocampus, in the production of neurons, which are required to keep our mental immune system intact.
Interesting. Yeah, we've been working with a long COVID group throughout the pandemic, and they've been measuring these various circulating immune modulators, and VEGF also goes up in these people that have all this inflammation post-COVID, post-vax. I need to take a little break here. I'm feeling like I should leave people with something positive, perhaps, is there other things they could be doing other than the things we've said already, which is sleeping right, eating right, losing weight, socializing, exercising, those good things?
I think the main thing they have to do is find a purpose in life. I think that's where everything starts. You have to have a purpose in life. And I think the biggest purpose in life that everybody should have, actually, particularly the people that are watching us right now from where I just know now by deduction that these people, everybody who's watching us right now, have a good hippocampus, that their neurons are growing, and they shouldn't be too much concerned, because otherwise they wouldn't be sitting here and watching us, because they are curious, they are willing to think, and they're willing to do something. And I think it's a time that we all start to do something, that we actually use our ability to think, that our mental immune system allows us to have, to actually use it and help to stop this war against our brain by, first of all, saving ourselves, and then, of course, saving all the others.
Put the mask on yourself before you try to save somebody else. We'll talk a little bit after break about some of the more indoctrinating sort of phenomenon circulating about there. And Caleb, before we go to break, isn't it interesting how often leading a good life, having purpose, is coming into the conversations these days we are having?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is.
Weird.
Sorry,
right?
I was responding on chats, and so I wasn't paying attention. But yeah, it's
okay.
True.
Well, he made the point again that finding purpose in life is a really important part of mitigating the effects of all these things we were talking about. Susan, you were leaning into your mic too. What do you
Oh, yeah, for sure.
But I'll say the same thing I said recently that Caleb jumped on, which was, in this country, we get a little confused about purpose and good lives, and understand that leading a good life is fulfilling. It may not always be happy. And I'll just point out, Jesus led a good life, wasn't always happy. And if he had prioritized happy as the only purpose for himself, things would have turned out quite a bit different. So it's leading a good life, which we all need to think about. And the present moment, I agree with Dr. Nels, that the present moment calls for all of us to be thinking about that and to stand up and do things where we are called upon. Take a little break. The book, let's put the book up again, The Indoctrinated Brain. Let's put up the full screen if you don't mind. There we are. Get it now, read all this, argue with your friends about it, warn them, and I'll be back with Dr. Michael Nels after this. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make a resolution that's easy to keep and delivers immediately on its promise. With Genucel Skincare, you can turn back the clock and look 5, 10, even 15 years younger. And right now, Genucel Skincare is celebrating 2024 with its New Year's sales event. Save over 60% off all of our favorite Genucel products with one of our customized skincare routine packages. Say goodbye to those fine lines in the... We all know the value of a good night's sleep. We feel better, look better. I'm drinking bone broth. Complete. Yes, Dr. Mike. The risk reward calls for it. And only in certain populations and only in certain patients. That's how medicine is practiced. This mandating all of anything is frankly disgusting. My guest is Dr. Michael Nels. He's a physician. He's a geneticist. I'm sure you agree with me on this complete evisceration of the practice of medicine by these centralized authorities. Did you ever imagine at this point in your career or my career, we'd be having this conversation?
No, I was stunned when I saw that. I mean, first of all, we knew that if anybody dies from COVID, it was in the oldest age group, first of all. Then we knew already that, and it was published very early, that nobody would die from COVID, even in the older age groups, if they have a sufficiently working immune system. So first of all, what you have to do is bring the immune system in a situation where it can deal with the virus and not create a situation where the immune system actually kills the patient by creating this cytokine storm. And for example, the German Cancer Research Center, based on observational and other studies, showed already in November 2020 that before the vaccination program started, that 9 of 10 COVID patients could have been saved. The life could have been saved by just increasing the vitamin D level. And papers later on showed really that this vitamin D, lack of vitamin D, is the cause. It really is the cause of the cytokine storm. So even if you are already sick with COVID, sick enough that you have to go to the hospital, you can't stay at home anymore, and you raise immediately the vitamin D level, which is actually the vitamin prohormone level, because it's not vitamin D that you actually eat, it's the prohormone, that is the vitamin transformed by hydroxylation in the liver. In this form, if this one is raised quickly by giving the people prohormone vitamin D, then nobody dies. Nobody dies, even if he's already so bad infected that he had to go to the hospital. And these studies were out. So we knew before the vaccination program started that it wasn't necessary. Nobody dies of COVID if they are treated well.
So let's talk about, if you don't mind, the indoctrination part of this. So once we're softened up neurobiologically and immunologically, what are some of the indoctrination, I guess we would call them phenomena, that are flying around that concern you?
Yeah, I mean, everything is concerning me. The fear-mongering by itself is already detrimental to the hippocampus. You talked early on when we started the conversation about children who experience something bad and have this post-traumatic stress syndrome. There was actually a paper published and sponsored by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation that something else exists as well. There's something which we call pre-traumatic stress syndrome. That means the trauma has not happened yet, we just imagine it. And that's sufficient to have the hippocampus shrinking. So if
I could interrupt you, Michael, you mean something like saying shelter in place, and if you go out and play with your peers, you're going to kill your parents? You mean something like that? You mean that something might be enough? Of course you're going to see depression in kids like that. It's intuitively obvious. The mechanism you're providing us, not surprising, but please continue. I'm sorry.
Absolutely. Yeah, sure. Thank you. It's peer-reviewed publications out there which show that just telling people that something bad will happen has already the same effects as if it had happened to them in reality. And so, and I was really wondering why the Gates Foundation actually sponsored this kind of research and published it. But it's clear for me now that they were studying the effects of fear-mongering. The effect on the hippocampus. So that's already bad. And then, of course, we have all these...
That is already bad.
It's already bad.
Keep going, please. Yes.
And then, of course, what happens now when the hippocampus is not able to produce new cells based on the fact that we are isolated, all the measures that have taken place 2020, the fear-mongering that continues in all areas, being it climate change, being it world war, maybe by fights over certain borders, which are currently ongoing on several places on the earth. And of course, the World Economy Forum, which talks about perma-pandemics. And so what is happening there? If you don't produce new cells in the hippocampus, which I call index neurons, because they memorize where and when we essentially had a thought, where and when in our lives we had an experience that we wanted to remember. And these neurons are required to recall this memory. And if these cells are not produced, then of course we cannot memorize new things unless you actually override pre-existing memories. And now if the spike, for example, the neuroinflammation causes the hippocampus stop producing new index neurons, and you at the same time you have this fear-mongering and the narratives pounding on your head essentially and force you to memorize all these things despite the fact that you actually have no memory capacity, then you override previous experiences. That it means you diminish the amount of personal experiences, and your individuality essentially shrinks. You lose your personality, your individuality, and it is essentially overridden and by the narratives. And what you get out of this, you can imagine. You have people that have a reduced personality, a reduced individuality, and when they think about themselves, they only think about the narratives as being part of them. And I've encountered this even personally. I have family members who really believed everything that they were told, and there was no possibility for me to discuss anything with them because the narrative had become already part of their personality. And so it's not a neutral discussion about any topics, about the science behind it or anything else. It is the very moment these narratives become part of their personality, everything changes. It's impossible, because when you discuss the narrative, then you essentially put their personality into question. And of course, that's what the people don't like.
Interesting. It's the tribalism, the attack on the self, all these sorts of mechanisms. Do you have any specific recommendations in terms of resisting, other than the healthy brain piece of this? Are there things for people to be aware of, to recognize when they're being manipulated? I just feel like I've been thinking about this a lot lately, and I guess that's why I'm asking you the question very directly, which is that I never, I was trained like you as a scientist, so persuasion was not something on my mind. And when I thought about getting patients to comply with recommendations, it was really about just being clear, not being persuasive. But persuasion has suddenly become this incredibly powerful phenomenology that's afoot. And I'm blanking on the names of the name of the Yale professor that had the
coming in?
oh gosh darn it, the
You can stay out there.
very
Staying
famous
outside?
experiment
Staying
where
out
he got
there?
people to electrocute.
Okay.
He essentially got people to pretend that they believe that they were
Yeah, let me shut
electrocuting
your light off
subjects
so you don't have
because
so much
a
light out
authority
there.
figure told them to. Remember?
Don't look at me.
Was it Milgram?
Milgram experiment. Thank you very much.
He's looking at me.
The Milgram experiment, yeah. And I thought about that as sort of a weird anachronism, and we had outgrown all that. We weren't subject to that anymore because we understood propaganda. Oh my God, was I wrong? It's never been more powerful. It's never been more pervasive. There's never been more hysteria. What do we do to protect ourselves?
Well, first of all, not everybody was assaulted by this. We call this, there was a Nobel Prize in 2002 given to Daniel Kahneman in economics, actually, but he's a psychiatrist. And the story. I mean, he essentially discovered with others that we have two thinking systems. He called one system, System 1, which is the fast-acting system. I actually think it's not a thinking system. It's just reaction. It's unconscious. And it's a misnomer, in my opinion, maybe good for the book he published, which says idle, thinking fast, thinking slow. But the thinking fast is not really thinking. The thinking slow is thinking, but it requires energy. The energy actually resides in these new cells that are produced. And so and we need this energy to think and to memorize our thoughts. So about 20-25% of the people on our globe didn't essentially accept what they were told. And this reminds me of an experiment that was done in the mid of the 20th century by Solomon Nash. He essentially tested people if they rather follow the mass or follow their common sense. And it was clear that there is a certain percentage, and it was actually the same percentage that refused the injection now. And I was wondering even if this is genetic or something else. But there are at least 20-25% which didn't accept what was going on. They were skeptical, and they realized there's something really going on wrong. And this is a large percentage. Now, when Solomon Nash did this experiment, he changed the setting of the experiment, and the group that actually said something wrong, and the one person which was tested and was asked to follow the wrong-speaking mass or its own common sense. When the mass became smaller, just by one person, 1 out of 10, 1 out of 11, then the likelihood that this one person being tested follows his common sense increased dramatically. So it's very important, in my opinion, that the 23-24% that understand that there's something wrong going on, and many of them are watching us, hopefully, that these people have to stand up and tell the others we are also a greater mass. You are not alone, and so you can trust maybe us more than the others. You can trust your common sense, and I'm seeing that already in Germany, and it gives me a lot of hope. So we see already that the third, fourth, or fifth injection is refused more and more, and there's a new maturity coming along. Officially, of course, nobody talks about this maturity, but I think we have a majority, meanwhile, already of people who understand that something is going astray, that we have to refuse it. And we see it here in Germany very well at the moment. And that's probably one of the reasons my book is now a bestseller for 5 months already in Germany, which I didn't expect when I wrote it, because at that time I thought I'm pretty much on my own. But this tells me that something is changing, and that the NASH experiment is essentially telling us that more people are waking up because they are aware that there's a group of people like us who tell them the truth, because they see the side effects of the vaccine, they see how people are suffering, and they see all the other things that are going on, and we have to keep up and tell them. And I think that's I think is the most important part. This is what I was talking about previously when we discussed that this is the purpose in life. It's not about happiness. It's not making me happy telling people what is going on, but it is a very important purpose in life, because it helps me to preserve, hopefully, the world in a way that it makes sense for my kids and my grandchildren to live and have the chance to pursue happiness. And I think that's important.
And the NASH experiment, if I remember, it was just a line. You know, the group said this line was longer, and it was clearly not longer. Was it that experiment?
Yeah, there were 3 lines, A, B, and C, and they had to propel it to a fourth line, let's say D. And D was exactly the length of B, but the group was instructed to say A is the correct answer. A is identical to D, even if it wasn't. And the 12th person was the actual person that was tested. And he heard the answers of the other 11 and said, well, it looks like B, but they all tell me it's A. So I have to make a decision now. Do I follow the group and say wrongly it's A, or do I follow my own common sense and say, okay, it's B. What doesn't matter what the group is saying.
And the line was obviously the same. The other two were obviously not matching up.
Obviously the same.
Yeah.
But if one of the 11 was also allowed to say B, then of course this one person that was tested was not alone anymore, and the likelihood increased from 20% to 40%. And this is where I see a lot of hope at the moment.
Yes, you're giving me hope, actually, even just having that, just shouting that out, frankly. Are you aware of what was going on in France during some of the mandates? I was in Paris a couple of years ago. The mandates were peaking, and the youth were out in the streets demonstrating against mandates. They were saying, look, you've told us this illness is not going to harm us. Now you're going to force us to put something in our bodies. This is not the founding principle of a republic built on liberty. This is the opposite of that. And I really admired that. And I'm going to let you vamp about this for a second. A, are you aware of that? B, are there other countries where that kind of thing is going on? And C, is it maybe the French are sort of sensitive to that kind of thing because of their history? I mean, they've had lots of mob misadventures, and so maybe they're less likely to go on with the mob because of their history.
Well, it's hard to tell, because the vaccination rates in France were at the end at least as high as in Germany. And in Germany, they were about 75 to 80%. So the NASH experiment essentially, I think, was pretty much the same everywhere. If there were demonstrations, we had demonstrations in Germany too. But of course, not as many people went out as they should have. So I think the numbers of people refusing the vaccination were pretty much the same. But in Germany, they were not allowed. This is one of the reasons why I really push now that we are going on the streets, that we are fighting against that. And we see people now doing that. For example, there is now new laws in Germany regarding the fuel for the agricultural industry, that it will become more expensive, cutting down essentially the ability of many farmers to produce the goods for life. And what I see now very strongly is that people go on the street, people which are not farmers, but they support the farmers. And I think this kind of change in the ability or in the willingness to fight is probably coming along at the right moment. And maybe what people experienced in the last 4 years made them aware that it's really time to stand up.
Yeah, I think you could be right. Let me ask a follow-on question to the Have a Meaningful Life recommendation you've made. Do you feel like some sort of spiritual component is important to that? Have we lost track of that? I mean, humans seem to need something in that zone, and things not so good fill in if they don't have that, but I'll let you speak to it.
Well, I'm not an expert in these areas, but I would support your notion here. We need to have more spirituality. From my personal perspective, spirituality is meaning being more together, one with nature. Nature is very important. We are part of nature, and we lost this connection. We lost this connection in medicine very heavily. So if people, for example, have a deficiency in vitamin D, and they develop essentially a depression out of this, then they go to the doctor, and the doctor says, well, depression, I have a prescription here for you. But practically speaking, the lack of vitamin D is the problem. And vitamin D is necessary. It's part of our nature. We are not outside of nature. And I think this is something that is really weird. We believe that humans dominate nature and are not really part of nature, but we are natural beings, and we have natural necessities which come out of which are defined by our evolution. And if we ignore these necessities, we get sick. We might not get sick immediately, as my wife usually tells. It doesn't kill you immediately, but it doesn't mean that it has not long-term effects. And if the long-term effect, for example, is that we get Alzheimer's, then the short-term effect is that we are not as efficient in our thinking, even if we are young, and we make the wrong decisions. And one of the wrong decisions is really that we don't think we are part of nature anymore, and that we don't have natural needs. And I think this is the biggest problem. And being more close to nature, seeing the spirituality in nature, maybe brings us closer to nature and accept that we have to nourish our mind, our body with the good stuff. And then, of course, our hippocampus will be very happy. It will grow. And if the hippocampus is happy, we all will be happy. We will be more creative. We will be more curious. We will be more outgoing. We will be more social. And we realize that everything that we do locally will have effects all over the world.
Isn't it interesting that sunlight is what gives us our 1,25-dihydroxy active vitamin D molecule, and that's out in the world. And, you know, the way I think about it is we've lost track of our embeddedness. It's like we've disintegrated so many things. You know, we've thought only about the brain, but of course the brain is, historically, certainly in the 1990s, we were just busy with the brain. Well, the brain is embedded in a body, in an autonomic and a peripheral nervous system. And the body is embedded in a environment and a family and a community, embedded in a historical context, in a larger social context, embedded in the world, quite literally, which is the natural world. And so we've sort of compartmentalized all these things. And I think every step of the way, it's to our detriment.
Yeah, absolutely. You're completely right. I can only underwrite or subscribe what you're saying. We have to go back to nature. We have to accept we are part of nature with all facets. Yeah, family life. I mean, we lost the contact to our families. For example, we are aging we could age up to the age of 120. The oldest woman was alive ever was 122 years old. It is known that every girl that is born right now has the possibility, 50% chance to reach the age of 100 years. What my research shows that even at the age of 100, we can still be curious, we can still learn, and the hippocampus can still grow, meaning we don't get Alzheimer's, but we become more wise. And this is the ability that we have because we have a purpose in life. And and the purpose in life of old people essentially is to give their wisdom to the children and to the grandchildren. And this is completely lost in our modern society. We believe Google, but we don't believe our grandparents. The life experience that they have is so important. And if we're not interested in their life experience, then their purpose in life is essentially lost. And this is one of the causes of Alzheimer's and depression. So it's a sad, a vicious cycle, and we have to change that. We have to go back to family, and we have to believe that family is important. We have to understand that because it is natural to be in a family and not just on our own all the time. And divide and conquer, I guess, is what we are experiencing right now. We are conquered because we are divided.
It's if you look at history, it's every time ideology takes over. Ideology is not natural. It's some abstraction that humans come to and decide that's the new natural, and it never turns out well for human beings. I want to go back quickly to some biology for a second. You know, a lot has been made, and you made the case today about the lipid nanoparticles and the mRNA itself, and of course there's concerns about DNA contamination. But I have to say, I've been using the RSV vaccine for patients, and I have not seen a single side effect. Of course, it's in patients that are at high risk and for whom RSV could be devastating, and I'm willing to take that risk. But I really, it makes me, that clinical experience makes me think, man, that spike protein is so much the problem, because I've seen lots of vaccine reactions, lots. And nothing like that from the RSV. Of course, I'm not vaccinating young people, nor would I, by the way. I don't vaccinate young people. I don't recommend that. But I've seen other people who have vaccinated young people, and I see what happens to them. It's not great. Any thoughts about that? Or am I just eventually going to see stuff from that platform? Or is it really, is that clinical experience telling me that the big enemy is the spike protein?
From my point of view, the biggest enemy is the spike protein. The spike is really toxic. It's neurotoxic. It's toxic for the endothelia. It's toxic for the whole body. And the body usually wants to get rid of it very quickly. And it usually does if it's not a modified version. So we have to do something about this. I actually support, and you find it on my website, I just wrote a large article about one possibility to stop and the neuroinflammatory process activated by the spike protein, and that is by giving people low-dose lithium. I actually suggest lithium orotate because we know the spike protein essentially is recognized by the TLR4, the receptor which I mentioned in the microglia and the immune cells of the brain. If they essentially recognize this receptor, a cascade essentially is started, an information cascade up to the nucleus of the cell, which then is activating all these genes for the pro-inflammatory cytokines. And the transducer of this signal is called GSK3 beta. The name doesn't mean anything at the moment. I can mention it, but it doesn't matter. So GSK3 beta is an important transducer of the signal that is essentially activated by the recognition of the spike protein. And the natural inhibitor of GSK3 beta is lithium. So lithium, and from the natural history of humans, we know that their brains, or our brains, essentially develop in a time frame when we were not actually hunters and gatherers, but rather fishermen and gatherers. And I actually published a book about this. It's called the Algae Oil Revolution, because I recommend algae oil as a source of omega-3 fatty acids, which are needed for the brain and actually needed for the hippocampus, specifically at high doses. So anyway, in this time, we were essentially forced by drought, caused by an ice age, which was lasting over 70,000 years, that we had to live at the ocean. And the fish from the ocean has 100 times higher concentration of lithium than fish from freshwater, because freshwater has a low amount of lithium in it. So anyway, this way we were used to get 1 to 2 milligrams of lithium a day. Lithium at this dose is an essential trace element according to the World Health Organization for rats and goats. And I know, for example, fruit flies live 30% longer if they get a little amount of lithium. So it's essential for every animal that we know of, except for humans, ridiculously. But we know it would buffer the effect of the spike protein. In addition, it was shown that lithium at a low dose also activates neurogenesis of the hippocampus, and it activates what we call autophagia, meaning the removal of microorganelles which are not functioning or proteins that are dysfunctioning. And it was a paper published just recently, and you find it on my website, that proposes that lithium can be used to remove the spike protein, low-dose lithium. And we know that TLR4 is responsible for the brain fog, the activation of the TLR4 by the spike protein. And the University of Buffalo recently published a press release, and they're now conducting a larger study where they show that lithium low dose removes brain fog quite efficiently. The doctor tested it on 10 patients, and 9 of 10 patients immediately had essentially the brain fog removed after long COVID. And I'm pretty sure, since long COVID is a spikopathy, the same will happen in patients that have the post-vax syndrome. So that's at least what I would try, low-dose lithium, ideally lithium orotate, because orotate is an active transporter in our brain, over the blood-brain barrier, which essentially allows us to use low amounts of lithium, because a lot of it is transported in the brain, where it actually activates or inhibits the neuroinflammatory deathly cycle.
And then not worry about the thyroid and kidney issues with lithium then.
No, it's not a low dose.
Yeah, exactly. But you know, it's funny. I actually took fluvoxamine, which is a similar idea, which is activating the sigma-1 receptor anti-inflammatory system. And it helped clear my COVID fog after a bad case of COVID. And after the first dose, within 30 minutes, the ringing in my ears went away, which was odd. And then the fog improved considerably, as did stamina. So again, the inflammatory system in the brain is a key target for the post-vax and the post-COVID. And probably, you know, if we're smart, acute COVID as well, which is kind of odd that we let the acute COVID have its way with us. You know what I mean? Like, if we want to worry about how the COVID itself is affecting the brain, it's during the acute COVID, I think we have most trouble.
Actually, this is already published, what you're saying. I actually proposed in 2021, I wrote a book, it's called The Corona Syndrome. It was only published in German so far, German language, but there I proposed lithium as an antidote against acute COVID already. And it's already known in my paper, Unified Theory of Alzheimer's Disease, which you might want to put up. Here I show in my paper that low-dose lithium is actually effective in essentially stopping the progression of Alzheimer's, because it stops neuroinflammation and it activates the neurogenesis as the main reason why you actually are able to stop the Alzheimer's process. But
now, is that something where you get a supplement over the counter, or you have to get prescribed the lithium?
It's not accepted as an essential trace element, which has some problems with it, because it is essential. I make the case actually in my paper that is on my website. But since it's not accepted, interestingly, in America you get it over the counter. In Germany, you actually need a prescription by a physician. And you need a pharmaceutical, you need essentially what is called, where you get the drugs. Where do you get the
prescription?
The prescription, where you go to somebody. a pharmacy. You know, you go to the and you have to get
Are you recommending people go out and get lithium now if they have any concerns?
Absolutely.
Or if
I
they
take
have
it
elderly
myself.
parents or
I take lithium.
What do you take?
7.
What exactly do you take? Like, what's the dose? What's the form?
I take about 1 milligram. The essential dose, and you will find it in my paper, the essential doses of lithium is 1 milligram, the effective dose of lithium. As a lithium orotate.
Lithium
orotate.
Say it again, lithium or orotate.
Orotate,
Okay.
yeah. And orotate is also important. It's something that the brain needs to produce nucleotides, which is essential for the production of new cells in the brain. So neurogenesis actually requires also orotate. So the combination of both is actually ideal. And of course, the 1 milligram refers to the lithium in the orotate. You need like 25 milligrams of the complex because the orotate is heavier than the lithium. That is for me, is the essential dose. And I take a 5 times higher dose. I recommend at the moment to get rid of the brain fog. But once you get rid of it, you can reduce it again to the essential dose. And the essential dose is what I take every day since years.
We have a lot of vaccine injured people that stop by and listen to this stuff. So maybe there's something they could try. Certainly talk to your doctor about that if there's any question. Doctor, what's that, Susan? You yelled out without having your mic on.
Get the book.
Get his. Is it in the book? Is it? Well, it's on the website.
That's what he said, right?
It's in the website, but do get the book too, so you can. The website is Michael-Nehls, Nehls. Follow him on Twitter as well, X Nehls MD. The book is The Indoctrinated Brain: How to Successfully Fend Off the Global Attack on Your Mental Freedom. Put it up there, Caleb. Let's get one more look at it before we kind of wrap things up here. It's a whole interesting new avenue for us to pay attention to. Dr. Nehls attempts to answer a lot of questions that are flying around out there. Is there anything we have left out, Michael, before we wrap this up?
I think we have left out a lot of things that people can now find in the book. Fortunately.
Perfect.
But I think what this book really is you are a physician, I'm a physician, and we both know that therapy can only work. Sometimes it works accidentally, maybe, but it really only works if we have the right diagnosis. And I'm pretty sure this book gives us the right diagnosis, what was happening and what is going to happen, most likely. And so I truly believe that it also offers the right therapy and to heal our society. And I'm pretty sure if we really take up the task, we will be better off than even before COVID ever happened.
Oh, yeah, it has certainly exposed a lot of things to us that were underway. And I feel like pre-COVID, we're naive to a lot of things that we are not so much naive to anymore, regardless who you are out there listening to this conversation and what your opinions are. I guarantee you, whatever your opinion is, whatever you've concluded, you still have a different feeling about how you were before COVID as opposed to now. Dr. Michael Nehls, I really appreciate you spending time with us. I know you're in a different time zone and whatnot, so I'm going to let you go. And is other than the Nehls MD on X and your website and the book, is there any place else you'd like people to find you?
I have a Substack too, but you will find it over my website, so it would not be a problem.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. Stay in touch.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And there we go. Interesting stuff, right? Another new, interesting. I'm thinking about that lithium orotate.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Especially with the Alzheimer's connection. Like I actually pulled up how he had his paper ready to show on screen because I was reading it while he was talking. And so when he mentioned, I just popped it right up. He actually wrote that. It was published back in 2016. So that whole research paper has been out for a long time about connecting lithium use for helping Alzheimer's disease.
And look, these are scientific theories.
Can I get some of that?
Yeah, I'll get you some. You scared me a couple times lately where I think I might want to give you that. But these are scientific theories. These are not fact, right? These are attempts to understand and create a construction of what's going on here and possible ways of helping people. That's all. And it may end up being true. Or it may not. but these are all things to ruminate about, think on, decide, are you going to read the book? It doesn't seem like a book you ought to read. And the fact that it's a bestseller in Germany is really an interesting little footnote there. So
True.
Tomorrow, yes.
Oh, if you could give like a quick, so every time I've heard of any, like if I had a friend that was on lithium, it was almost because of some sort of a severe, like a mental health sort of a thing. So I've never heard of lithium being used in this way.
No,
is it
I'm
different
not either.
dosages, or what is? How is what he's talking about different than like extreme?
Yeah, he's talking about lithium orotate. Usually it's lithium carbonate that is used for bipolar disorder, for manic depression. It was the first drug sort of used for that. It was very effective. There are better drugs now, so it's not used that often. In the doses that we use it for bipolar disorder, you have to get blood tests to make sure it's in the therapeutic range and not too low or too high. It can affect the kidney in various ways that are not so great, and it can affect the thyroid in various ways that are not so great. None of them devastating, but things that need to be monitored in case those things develop. Sort of, I believe it's interstitial nephritis in kidney, and the thyroid, it can have protein effects on thyroid function. So there is that. He is not talking about that. He's talking like literally a hundredth less dose of the lithium in a slightly different format that doesn't even get to these other organs. So the other thing it is sometimes used for, or historically has been used for, is to enhance the effect of antidepressant medication, particularly serotonin reuptake inhibitors. So sometimes people will be on something like Zoloft or Prozac and a small amount of lithium, though I've noticed in recent years they've not been doing so much of that. So that is lithium that you've heard about in lore. And does that answer everybody's question, Caleb?
Yeah, that answers it. Yeah, that answers it, because I only heard of lithium as in like extreme cases, so I'd never heard of it used in this way. But his paper is very interesting, so I suggest people go look at that.
Yeah,
it's from 2016.
Smart guy, interesting guy, and again, this is how science is done. It moves forward. It's a wheel. It turns very slowly, and some things get cast off, and some get incorporated in and stay in. This thing that thus saith the Lord is science is just anathema to science. So
wouldn't it be wild if something like lithium actually does help with the brain fog in that way? It's something that's been around for so long that already exists that they don't need to.
How about fluvoxamine? How about Steve Kirsch and his work on fluvoxamine? It helped me a great deal. It's helped a lot of people. Not everybody, but it helps through that anti-inflammatory pathway.
Wild.
And that's the point. That's what we should. That's where hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin and fluvoxamine and budesonide came from. You take medicines that are already approved and you would start using them to see if they have an application. People think too much about medication and the pathways they serve to treat. The biology of the body has lots of crossover mechanisms. So oftentimes something that treats, say, something like depression may, look at where Viagra was to treat heart disease. And lo and behold, it does this. These things, crossover functions in other organs and other parts of the body are very common, which is why they started deploying these medications that had a possible mechanism of action for working against COVID. And, we're still arguing about that, for God's sakes, but here we are. Speaking of that, Dr. Peter McCullough in here tomorrow, I believe. Is that correct, Caleb? There they are.
Yep, that's correct.
Peter McCullough, that is our lineup going forward. Joseph Ladapo, Jim Brewer, a lot of interesting people coming in. And at the end of Royce White on Thursday, Dr. Paul Alexander will come back around, and we're going to put to rest all this vaccine nonsense. It's just, and of course, whatever you read on Twitter, whenever people write on their Substacks, it's never what you say, because they never contact the people they're writing about and ask them what their opinion is. They always tell you something that they think the person said, which is never what you said. And just everything that goes viral, everything that's controversial is almost always that way. Susan, you're looking very serious.
And everybody has a point of view out there these days. You know what I mean? Like, they know everything. And everything about you, everything about me.
Isn't that nice? Everything about
I got 3 vaccines because I wanted to travel out of the country, fly to New York, go to dinner in New York, because I'm an old person, and that's what I like to do. I didn't want to stay home, stuck in my house, wringing my hands and going, oh, God, I don't want to get the vaccine. I don't want to travel.
But the horrible thing was you would not have been able to do those things if you hadn't.
No, and I just
And by the way, it was not just this country. We were showing our damn passport around France and Greece and these other places,
but you took one vaccine. You had a horrible response.
Yes,
Are you a low-income American on food stamps or Medicaid? If so, you are now eligible to receive a free brand new smartphone with
The World Economic Forum was hosted yet again in Davos for 2024, and boy, did it get roasted. Welcome to America Uncovered. I'm Chris Chappell. So, many of you may be wondering, how do I find the energy to keep making episodes week after week, year after year? The answer is coffee. Lots of coffee. Specifically Days Coffee, the sponsor of today's episode. It's not just any coffee. It is something no other coffee in America has, which I'll explain in a bit. But first, it's that time of year again, Davos 2024. You can't start a new year without having global elites gather in Switzerland in private jets to talk about combating climate change, listening to each other blabber about lofty, vague ideas, and to meet with prostitutes. The global elites are so generous to give up time in their busy schedules for them. I wouldn't be surprised if the term globalists gone wild started trending in not safe for work websites around this time. But I'm too classy to check. For those of you who don't know, Davos is the Swiss town where the annual meeting of the World Economic Forum, or WEF, takes place. The WEF was founded by German economist Klaus Schwab. The forum engages in the foremost political, business, cultural, and other leaders of society to shape global, regional, and industry agendas. And the theme for this year is rebuilding trust. Which is strange. Do people for some reason not trust globalist elites who want to run the world outside of any pesky elections? I must have missed the memo. I mean, this doesn't inspire trust? Nevertheless, some people are critical of the WEF. People like Argentina's new president, Javier Milei. This was a guy whose most recent holiday greetings was, I kid you not, happy holidays and be careful not to become a communist. And someone thought it would be a good idea for him to give a speech at the WEF.
Today, I'm here to tell you that the Western world is in danger. And it is endangered because those who are supposed to have to defend the values of the West are co-opted by a vision of the world that inexorably leads to socialism and thereby to poverty. The main leaders of the Western world have abandoned the model of freedom for different versions of what we call collectivism. Thank you very much, and long live freedom. Damn it.
Wow, I have never heard a translator so fierce yet bored at the same time until now. Milei, who's known for being very libertarian, went on to point out how free enterprise capitalism has lifted people out of poverty and criticized state interventionists, socialists, social justice warriors, and neo-Marxists. His remarks are a huge jab at the World Economic Forum's calls for a great reset of capitalism, its criticism of free markets, and its promotion of ESG, or environmental, social, and governance metrics, which many argue push socialist agendas. To add further insult to injury, Milei reportedly arrived in Switzerland on a commercial flight, which appears to be a major diss at the global elites coming in with their private jets. Milei's spokesman explained in a post that the president had traveled commercial to save what he calculated as over $300,000. Milei wasn't the only one to diss global elites at Davos. The president of the Heritage Foundation, a conservative DC-based think tank, likewise slammed the global elites straight to their faces in a discussion about a possible Republican administration.
And if I may, I will be candid and say that the agenda that every single member of the administration needs to have is to compile a list of everything that's ever been proposed at the World Economic Forum and object all of them wholesale. Well, it's laughable that you would, or anyone would describe Davos as protecting liberal democracy. That's your part of the problem. Political elites tell the average people on 3 or 4 or 5 issues that the reality is X, when in fact reality is Y.
Wow, this gives me Ricky Gervais vibes. Too bad he's not as funny, but it was a nice roast nonetheless. And compared to typical Davos talks, clips of people roasting Davos garner a lot more attention on the internet. Gotta love the internet. So let's talk about why some people have a problem with the WEF. Right after this quick coffee break. Oh, so what kind of coffee am I drinking? Why, of course, it's Days Coffee. And I want to tell you why I love this particular coffee so much. For one, it has very low acidity compared to most coffees. That makes it taste a lot better. It's not bitter like most coffees, and it's gentle on my tummy. It has only 15% of the caffeine of a regular coffee, which is good for reducing caffeine dependency, and I can also enjoy multiple cups of coffee. So when you order Days Coffee using my link below, you'll get to create so much distrust. Well, aside from blatant hypocrisy, like talking about climate change while flying into Davos on private jets, and disconnected virtue signaling, this was really weird. People are wary of rich, powerful elites who think that they know what's best to solve the world's problems without sharing the same values as average people, or even having their consent in mind. Klaus Schwab fuels these concerns, especially when he hypes up how Davos elites have what it takes to determine the future.
The future is not just happening. The future is built by us, by a powerful community as you here in this room. We have the means to improve the state of the world.
The fact that he's so confident that elites can social engineer the world frightens a lot of people, and rightfully so. To illustrate why, let's not forget that the World Economic Forum featured an opinion piece back in 2016 by a member of the Danish Parliament with the headline, "Welcome to 2030. I own nothing, have no privacy, and life has never been better." And how could anyone forget this piece of work? I'm pretty sure people in 3500 BC had property and privacy. But hey, that's progress. Fantasizing about taking away the average person's private property turns a lot of people off, particularly if the people promoting it are those with tons of private property and wealth. Davos elites are fine with average people not owning anything, then it's not surprising that they're okay with changing people's lifestyles, including their diets.
My daughter, 24, inspired me and said, "Dad, how can you advocate for these zero-carbon value chains if you still eat meat?" And so I stopped eating meat. Now the math would say, well, you need to stop eating meat 11 years to compensate for a flight to Thailand. Yes, but if a billion people stop eating meat, I tell you it has a big impact.
Yes, stop eating meat, you destroyer of the planet. Eat creepy crawly bugs instead. After I'm done filming, I'm going to go eat 5 steaks just in opposition to that. And despite the forum's elites' lip service on things like gender equality, many fear that the World Economic Forum is promoting economic fascism through things like stakeholder capitalism and ESG, or at the very least crony capitalism on steroids. After all, you've got a bunch of powerful business people rubbing shoulders with politicians. You're telling me that Davos business elites wouldn't try to do anything shady? The prostitutes are a red flag. It's no wonder people shiver when they hear things like how Davos elites want to build a new world order. So whenever the World Economic Forum brings up technology that tracks data, such as microchips, carbon footprint trackers, and smart toilets, people are going to assume the worst of Davos elites' intentions, regardless of the context. They'll also assume the worst when Davos elites talk about things like taking advantage of the COVID pandemic to make radical changes for the better. But surely with this year's theme being rebuilding trust, Davos elites must have learned their lesson and now they have trust in the public, right? As if. More after the break.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome back. From reading and watching Davos Talking Points, you get the impression that Davos elites don't trust the public and are blaming the world's problems on ordinary people rather than, the elites themselves. But Davos elites have quite a lot of confidence in their ability to do what some would call top-down social engineering.
As trustees of the future, as leaders in government, business and society, we bear a particular responsibility to rebuild trust in how we assume our own role as trustees.
But as trustees of the future, Davos elites seem to believe that the solution to trust is by cracking down on what they see as disinformation and misinformation. That's the only way they can trust the public will make the correct choices. which is why the World Economic Forum reported that misinformation and disinformation is the most severe short-term risk the world faces, especially with AI around. With war in Europe, war in the Middle East, extreme tensions around China and Taiwan, and international shipping lanes under siege, I would have said World War III, but hey, to each his own. The Forum's 2024 Global Risk Report warns that there is a risk that some governments will act too slowly, facing a trade-off between preventing misinformation and protecting free speech. Now, to its credit, the Forum also warns about how repressive governments could use enhanced regulatory control to erode human rights. But it seems that Davos elites are too eager to resort to government censorship to counter disinformation, as if disinformation was somehow a new thing. Hello? We're talking about the internet. The internet. The place where 4chan was created. People constantly spread disinformation. If you don't know that, I pity you. Seriously. Now, I'm not against fighting disinformation. I'm all for it, and do it myself. But not by censoring people, but speaking the truth. Davos elites think they should take it upon themselves to determine truth and enforce it with political power, even if it comes at the expense of freedom. For example, check this panelist out from 2022. She's the Australia E-Safety Commissioner.
I think we're going to have to think about a recalibration of a whole range of human rights that are playing out online, from freedom of speech to the freedom to, to be free from online violence.
This year's no different in the way elites look at freedom of speech. The European Commission Vice President for Values and Transparency spoke in a panel last week called Defending Truth and mentioned how Europe got big tech, including TikTok, under the commitment of its code of practice against disinformation. Wait, Australia has an e-safety commissioner, and Europe has a vice president for values and transparency? That doesn't sound dystopian at all. Never mind how social media platforms like TikTok continue to be cesspools of disinformation for very obvious political goals. She also mentioned getting ahead of disinformation by pre-bunking it, with the last resort being law enforcement, citing rising anti-Semitism. Now, this should worry you. After all, how do you know if government officials themselves or prestigious news agencies get all the facts right and present them honestly? Don't forget that government officials and news media outlets are just as capable of spreading disinformation as ordinary citizens. Look no further than how dozens of former intelligence officials claimed that the Hunter Biden laptop story was Russian disinformation, only for that to be proven false. The laptop story was real. With that in mind, it's so ironic to see former CNN host Brian Stelter present a 2023 forum discussion called The Clear and Present Danger of Disinformation. Even though he's the same guy who dismissed Hunter Biden's laptop story as just a right-wing media story, and at one point called it a manufactured crisis. And let's not forget how governments completely botched their responses to COVID-19 by presenting contradicting information and censored things that turned out to be true. This turned out to do far more damage than if governments had acted less like authoritarians in the first place. Given how much Davos elites preach about countering disinformation, it's ironic they're more than willing to turn a blind eye to the biggest spreader of disinformation, the Chinese Communist Party. If the World Economic Forum is afraid of disinformation, then why has it not named China as a major threat in its 2024 Global Risks Report? The only mention of China and disinformation in that report focuses on how China counters AI-generated content. It's almost as if the elites at Davos don't want to offend authoritarians who use rape as a form of torture because they want to make money off them. Either that or they just don't want to admit that perhaps they should worry about the global elites rather than, say, the average person. Given how elites don't seem to want to self-reflect, it's no wonder why it just feels so good to see Milei talk trash at them. Perhaps they need more blessings from Amazonian shamans to heal from those sick burns. The real question is why people give up their freedom to these kind of charismatic global elites. I have some thoughts about that, but YouTube would consider that too controversial, which is why I'm hiding that discussion in a video about Pikmin on my new show, Deep Thoughts While Gaming. I'm just talking about video games, YouTube, not about overthrowing the elite. Check it out. And again, this episode is sponsored by Days Coffee. If you like coffee, try it out. It's great for you, and it helps the show. Link is below. Once again, I'm Chris Chappell. Thanks for watching America Uncovered.
transgender. It's made very, very cool through the media. Through TikTok, through Reddit, through Tumblr, through Instagram, through Facebook, through Twitter, through their games, in their movies.
Princess who came to your ball tonight was me.
Why are they all doing this simultaneously?
Consider that New Year's resolutions are not the answer for you this year. You need real solutions, and therapy can.
Agenda setting. It's the ability of the news to influence the importance placed on certain topics by public opinion, just by covering them frequently and prominently. Appeal to fear. Appeals to fear seek to build support by instilling anxiety and panic in the general population. Appeal to prejudice. Using prejudices to attach value or moral goodness to something. Inevitable victory. Invites those not already on the bandwagon to join those already on the road to certain victory. Those already, or at least partially, on the bandwagon are reassured that staying aboard is their best course of action. Join the crowd. This technique is used to convince the audience that a program is an expression of an irresistible mass movement and that it is in their best interest to join. Beautiful people. This technique is usually used in advertising instead of politics. It's the type of propaganda that deals with famous people or depicts attractive, happy people. This suggests that if people buy a product or follow a certain ideology, they too will be happy or successful. The main belief behind it will more easily fall victim to a big lie than to a small one. It could happen because others are at a loss for where to even begin to refute it. Classical conditioning. Everyone responds to classical conditioning, which is a behavioral procedure in which a natural stimulus is associated with a neutral stimulus enough times to create the same response by using just the neutral one. Cognitive dissonance. It exploits people's desire to be consistent. For example, if an analyst finds that a certain group of people hate his candidate for senator but love actor A, he could use actor A's endorsement of their candidate to change people's minds. Plain folk. It attempts to convince the audience that the propagandist's positions reflect the common sense of the people. It is designed to win the confidence of the audience by communicating in the common manner and style of the target audience. A common example of this type of propaganda is a political figure, usually running for a placement in a backyard or shop doing daily routine things. Cult of personality. A cult of personality arises when an individual uses mass media to create an idealized and heroic public image, often through unquestioning flattery and praise. The hero personality then advocates the positions that the propagandist desires to promote. Demonizing the enemy. Making individuals from the opposing side appear to be subhuman, worthless, or immoral. Demoralization. Propaganda directed at an adversary to erode fighting spirit and encourage surrender or defection. Diktat. This technique hopes to simplify the decision-making process by using images and words to tell the audience exactly what action to take, eliminating any other possible choices. Disinformation. The creation or deletion of information from public records for the purpose of making a false record of an event or the actions of a person or organization, including faking photographs, videos, and sound recordings as well as printed documents. Divide and rule. It means gaining and maintaining power by breaking up larger concentrations of power into pieces that individually have less power than the one implementing the strategy. Using euphemism. An euphemism is a generally innocuous word or expression used in place of one that may be found offensive or suggests something unpleasant. Euphoria. Using an appealing event that generates happiness to boost morale, such as a military parade with marching bands and patriotic messages, or making luxury items available. Fear, uncertainty, and doubt. Sometimes abbreviated as FUD, it's an attempt to influence public perception by disseminating negative and dubious false information designed to undermine the credibility of their beliefs. It could be considered a manifestation of the appeal to fear technique. Fire hose of falsehood. It's a propaganda technique in which a large number of messages are broadcast rapidly, repetitively, and continuously over multiple channels, such as news and social media, without regard for truth or consistency. Flag waving. It's an attempt to justify an action on the grounds that doing so will make one more patriotic or in some way benefit a group, country, or idea. Flack. Efforts to discredit or cast doubt on the prevailing assumptions. Foot in the door technique, often used by recruiters and salesmen. For example, the perpetrator walks up to the victim and pins a flower or gives a small gift to the victim. The victim says thanks, and now they have incurred a psychological debt to the perpetrator. The person eventually asks for a larger favor. Framing. It happens when, in order to persuade a political audience of argument or another, the facts are presented through a rhetorical frame that shifts the individual's perception. Gish Gallop. Bombarding a political opponent with obnoxiously complex questions in rapid fire during a debate to make the opponent appear to not know what they are talking about. Glittering generality.
Hey, Fern. How you doing?
Living the dream.
Glittering generalities are words that are applied to a product or idea, but present no concrete argument or analysis. It has the intent of associating the product or idea with an already established feel-good value in the mind of the audience. They ask for approval without examination of the reason. Guilt by association. This technique is used to persuade a target audience to disapprove of an action or idea by suggesting that the idea is popular among disliked groups. Half-truth. A half-truth is a deceptive statement that includes some element of truth. It comes in several forms. The statement might be partly true, the statement may be totally true, but only part of the whole truth, or it may utilize some deceptive element, such as improper punctuation. Information overload. When an entity floods a certain topic with an enormous amount of information in order to increase the difficulty of understanding an issue and effectively making decisions, it can have the same effect as secrecy. For the first time, I'll actually give you guys a solution to this technique, since the line between news and propaganda is maybe the blurriest it's ever been. This solution is available thanks to our sponsor, Ground News, which is an app and website that lets you see how a single news story is being covered around the world and across the political spectrum. Let me show you how it works. Take a look at this story on North Korea's response response to anti-Pyongyang propaganda leaflets. I can see that this story has been covered by 25 sources, including 7 that are left-leaning while only 2 are right-leaning. If I scroll down, I can see which sources reported on this story and where they fall on the political spectrum according to ratings from 3 independent news monitoring organizations. If you'd like to learn more about how those ratings are calculated, you can go to the methodology page. On the left side of the page, we can see every article about this topic and compare headlines. For example, this headline might seem more moderate if compared against this other headline. What's great is that next to every headline you get context about the source, like who owns it, how reliable it is, and if they have a political bias. They even have a blind spot feed, which shows you stories that are disproportionately covered by one side of the political spectrum. Sometimes these stories are important issues that you might be missing if you're stuck in a media bubble. We live in a world where it has become incredibly difficult to identify the truth, which is why ground news is such a necessary tool. By comparing coverage, you can start to see a through line of facts. I really think what they're doing is important, and I encourage you to check them out. If you go to ground.news/thepaintexplainer, you'll get 30% off of their Vantage plan, which includes unlimited access to every feature. Or you can try their Pro plan for as little as $1 per month. Your subscription will not only help this channel, you'll also be supporting an independent platform working to make the media landscape more transparent. Thanks again, Ground News, for sponsoring today's video. Intentional vagueness. Saying something so vague as to be meaningless or open to multiple interpretations. In so doing, the vagueness distracts attention from legitimate concerns or questions. Labeling. Describing someone, something, or a group with a derogatory word or phrase. Latitudes of acceptance. In order to make someone agree to something that he doesn't agree with, a more extreme stance on the subject could be first taken, so that when the actual moderate argument is presented, it seems more acceptable. Another technique could consist in moderating one's own position to kind of match the target's beliefs, and then over time, slowly moving to the one that was previously held. Limited hangout. It happens when someone's veil of secrecy is shredded, and he can no longer rely on a phony cover story to misinform the public. He resorts to admitting, sometimes even volunteering, some of the truth while still managing to withhold the key and damaging facts in the case. The public is usually so intrigued by the new information that it never thinks to pursue the matter further. Loaded language. Specific words and phrases with strong emotional implications that are used to influence the audience. Love bombing. Love bombing is a technique used to recruit someone to a cult or ideology by bombarding him with affection in an attempt to isolate him from his prior beliefs, values, and social support. Milieu control. Controlling someone's communication style and environment through the use of social pressure and group language. An example could be slang that enables group members to identify other members. If the communication style becomes too peculiar, it might result in isolation from the surrounding society. Obfuscation. It happens when a message is intentionally made difficult to understand. Operant conditioning. Operant conditioning is a learning process where behaviors are modified through the association of stimuli with reinforcement or punishment. Oversimplification. Favorable generalities are used to provide simple answers to complex problems. Paltering. Paltering is the active use of selective, truthful statements to mislead. Pensée unique. Enforced reduction of discussion through the use of overly simplistic phrases or arguments. Quotes out of context. Selective editing of quotes that can change meanings. Rationalization. Rationalization is a defense mechanism in which people justify difficult or unacceptable feelings with seemingly logical reasons and explanations. Repetition. This refers to the repetition of a certain symbol or slogan so that the audience remembers it. Scapegoating. Assigning blame to an individual or group, thus alleviating feelings of guilt from responsible parties or distracting attention from the need to fix the problem. Semantic satiation. This technique has the intent of lessening the impact of a certain word by repeating it and using it for trivial accusations. The word becomes more normalized and does not have the same negative impact. Smear campaign. A smear campaign is an intentional, premeditated effort to undermine an individual's or group's reputation. Testimonials. Testimonials are quotations in or out of context that are cited to support something. Third-party technique exploits the fact that people are more willing to accept an argument from a seemingly independent source of information than from someone with a stake in the outcome. Transfer. It's a technique of projecting positive or negative qualities of a person onto another one to make the second one more acceptable or to discredit him. Unstated assumption. This technique is used when the propaganda concept would seem less credible if explicitly stated. The concept is instead repeatedly assumed or implied. Whataboutism. It's a technique that attempts to discredit an opponent's position by charging them with hypocrisy without directly refuting or disproving their argument. Misuse of statistics. Reporting statistics in such a way as to inappropriately alter people's perceptions on a certain topic. Many propaganda techniques use logical fallacies or biases to reach their goals. In this video, I've excluded the ones I already talked about in these 2 videos. Go check them out.
A news story this week troubled me even more than most news stories because potential for personal involvement in this one. I don't know if you saw the story in the news about a call-up, a military call-up for Brits, for British people. No lesser figure than the Chief of the General Staff has been out in the world saying that the government, the British government, should mobilise the nation. Those are his words. Mobilise the nation in readiness for, deep breath everyone, fighting Russia. So, get ready for war with Russia. Don't just get ready to watch war with Russia. Get ready to fight Russians. Hand to hand, in uniform. According to General Sir Patrick Sanders. 2 years ago, the same soldier said that Britain was facing its, quote, 1937 moment. So 2 years ago, he made a reference to the 2 years before the outbreak of World War II. You know, when things were looking ugly. He says, and it's being said by observers, that he's not actually talking about conscription quite yet. Which, if he did, it would be the first time in 60 years that there was mandatory military service in this country. But it sounds like mood music to me. You know, the last few years have taught us something about pattern spotting, and it's that words come out. They leak out like steam from a kettle, and you hear them, and then you think, did I hear that right? And then you hear them again. And then you hear it again, and it spreads like a kind of virus, you might say, so that you hear it on the news. And so if a senior soldier is talking about, you know, mobilising the nation and getting ready to fight Russia, you can bet that he's not just thought that up over his morning coffee and said it. You can bet your sweet bippy that it's there in the establishment. And they've decided to let's just run it up the flagpole and see who salutes, would be the expression that comes to mind. It's worth knowing that Sanders, General Sanders, is standing down from his role. He's retiring. Apparently, how would I know? But apparently, there's been a falling out between him and Admiral Sir Tony Radakin. And Admiral Sir Tony Radakin is the overall head of the British Armed Forces. Sanders is Army, but Admiral Sir Tony is, you know, in charge of the whole kit and caboodle. And you'd also have to wonder, if you were cynical and suspicious like I am, or like I've become, whether Sanders has been primed, you know, on your way out, just as you grab your coat and walk out the door, just one last hurrah. Just raise the spectre. Just put it out there. You know, you won't have to carry the can for this. You know, you'll be gone. But, you know, put it out there that we might need to have a call-up, press people into armed service to fight Russia, or whoever. China, Iran, they take your pick. There's been talk in high places as recently as last year about bringing back national service. So much time really has passed since there was national service in this country. It went away in the 50s. That unless you're our generation, You don't even really know what that is. It's long gone. Other European countries still have it. You know, all sorts of places. You leave school, and either before or after university, or certainly before getting on with the rest of your adult life, you do time, a year or 2 or 3 in the armed services. That's still the case in many countries around the world. In principle, I don't actually have a problem with it. In a rational, sane universe, in a rational, sane country being run by, governed by rational, sane people, I don't have a conceptual problem with national service. My dad did national service, loved it. He nearly stayed in. He was in the RAF for, a couple of years, from he was 18 till he was 20 or whatever. And actually, for the rest of his life, he actually sort of regretted that he ever came out. He thought he might have had a better career if he'd stayed in the Royal Air Force. He did his time in Changi, which was in Singapore. It's now the airport that you fly through on the way to other places, but it was a radio station, amongst other things, and an airfield at the time in the 50s. But this is different. The intention to find a way to get our sons and daughters, because it's equal opportunities carnage nowadays. Look at Ukraine. Look at pregnant women in the front line in Ukraine. The intention is to find a way to get our sons and daughters into harm's way is demonstrably out there. I'm telling you, it's mood music. They're getting people ready to contemplate the thought. It won't go away on its own. And this both fascinates and appalls me. It fascinates me because it's happening against a backdrop of our younger generations having been raised to think ill of their country, to regard their ancestors, their predecessors, and their predecessors' traditions and heritage and culture as uniformly shameful, fit only for forgetting. You know, hence all the renaming of streets and buildings and the tearing down of statues. You know, and anyone and everyone from the past is a slave trader or a white supremacist. You know, and that's the paideia, the environment in which several generations have been raised. It didn't happen to me. I got out of the education system really before that happened. But it's been happening ever since. You know, the capture of the institutions, schools and universities among them, as well as the capture of the mainstream media, has provided the establishment, let's say, the establishment with all the opportunity and means it has needed. And it's bizarre, it's perverse, but the establishment of Britain has seen to it that Britain is portrayed and works its way into the consciousness of the young of the country, that Britain is a racist, xenophobic, white supremacist, transphobic, Islamophobic, whatever, generally objectionable place in need of a major overhaul. And so, given that context in which Britain is a bad place, in inverted commas, that the establishment would, against that backdrop, herd our young into the armed forces so that they might, well, what exactly? Fight for king and country? I don't think so. Not seriously. Britain is not regarded by the establishment as worth defending. You know, they'll deploy forces to secure the Red Sea, but they won't do anything to defend the English Channel. On the contrary, I remember, the sight of an RNLI lifeboat used to be life-affirming to me. You know, that livery, that purple and orange. And I've been rescued by the RNLI. I got into dire straits while filming for Coast. We got into difficulties. I won't go into the details, and we had to call out the RNLI, and the sight of that boat coming, and then when the crew did what they did, which was rescue us. You know, it was like when you spot the AA or the green flag vehicle coming when you're broken down on the motorway times 100. And I used to see the RNLI's life affirming. Now every image of it that you see on the television is depressing because it's the RNLI being used as a taxi service for migrants and the Border Patrol, those entities that are ostensibly there to maintain the border. They don't. They go out there and bring people through the border without asking any questions, and then put them on buses to hotels. It's another subject. So, on the contrary, rather than defend Britain, as General Sanders makes plain by mention of Russia, they're going to be cannon fodder for war in Ukraine. Rishi Sunak and Grant Shapps have already spoken about that war, about us being committed to Ukraine for 100 years or more. Right? And they're all talking in terms of, they're signing up with Europe, striking deals with Europe 10 years long, all in the notion of security of some sort or another. So that's where the kids would go. They'd go to war in Ukraine or wherever else as part of the military-industrial complex's investment in war for profit, amid complete disregard for their lives, or any lives, except their own. I'd put good money on the fact that the sons and daughters of the establishment figures, for some reason, they won't be conscripted. They won't get called up. You mark my words. Those in the establishment now, the government and the rest of it, are wholly enthralled to money. The transnational banks and the transnational corporations that together make all the decisions that affect our lives and that we're not part of. The centuries of the nation states are drawing to a close. Mark my words. What beckons is a future that the globalists already describe using jargon like stakeholder capitalism and public-private partnership. And you can call it what you want, but in practice and reality, it's about the people, you and me, having no say, and the banks and the corporations and the governments making all the decisions on our behalf, and for the benefit and betterment only of them. And to hell with us. And now they think they'll help themselves to our kids. Even us. I mean, it's middle-aged men that are fighting the war in Ukraine now. Everybody else is dead or fled the country. And it's not so very long ago that we were celebrating the arrival of Ukrainian people here, having fled the war. But now all across Europe they're being labelled as some kind of cowards and traitors and being summoned back to fill the remaining unfilled graves.
What?
So they're going to help themselves to our kids.
What are you doing?
They're going to send them into graves in foreign soil so that the corporate interests of the globalists might be further sated and satisfied. Whoever goes, whoever's put into uniform and sent, they won't be fighting for king and country. They'll be fighting for the City of London and Wall Street and the rest of the money markets. My wife has already said, before this latest outrage in the news, she's already said that, before this mood music played so as to install earworms in the heads of the general public, that if anyone comes for our kids, there surely will be bloody murder done. And not in Ukraine or on any other foreign soil, but right here on our doorstep. Love of country is a thing of the past as far as establishments are concerned. It's a primitive ritual now as far as the globalists are concerned, having anything invested in the land of your birth. We're being taught that. Nations are to be regarded with disdain. So that the wider philosophy is that you're supposed to think it doesn't matter where you think you belong. As far as the stakeholder capitalists are concerned, you'll belong wherever you're sent. That'll be good enough for you. You won't be putting down roots anywhere. You'll be like tumbleweed. You'll just move about at on their whim. Our politicians won't fight for our country. They care not a jot for the country. So why should our children fight for country? And for what? What would they be fighting for exactly, I ask? Over in Ukraine, their young are dead already. As I've said, it's the middle-aged, soon it'll be the elderly, that will be filling spaces on loan from the clay in hastily assembled plywood coffins, if not just wrapped in their wrapped in a funeral shroud and put in a mass grave. And the first lie about Ukraine was that it was about preserving democracy. And that line was being trotted out by globalists who were already treating democracy like a bad joke. And more recently, the lie is that it's about stopping Putin's invasion of Europe. Like he's going to go on from Ukraine to whatever, Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, whatever. It's nonsense. The truth, as far as I'm concerned, is that they're fighting to keep the Russians away from American biolabs in Ukraine. And they're fighting to keep open the pipelines that pump money into Ukraine, our money, any money, where it might be laundered and then pumped back into the coffers of the military-industrial complex and the bank accounts of their government and corporate lackeys. What the establishment either doesn't understand or simply disregards is that you can't erase the nation states and still pretend that the youth of those nations might be expected to don the appropriate uniform and sacrifice their lives for those apparently outdated, outmoded notions. And certainly not when the only thing to be defended and championed in reality is the income of the already bloated rich and powerful. Now, here's the thing, young men who don't know each other, and certainly don't hate each other, are always sent to war by old men who do know each other and don't hate each other, and who shake hands and pocket the profit when all the young men are dead. That's always been the way of war. What we have to learn in the midst of this time of madness, and I'm talking about the madness of the psychopathic, protected parasite class, is that groups, entities go bad. It can happen to anyone. Governments go bad. Ideologies are twisted and corrupted to the point where they must not be defended or supported any longer, but on the contrary, put right by the people they're supposed to be serving. Sometimes you have to step outside of your group, see it for the corrupted entity that it's become, and take on the responsibility of putting it right, even if you have to try and do it on your own. A single drop of water is how a waterfall starts. And then it becomes the waterfall when enough droplets of water come together and move in the same direction. We are led, we're misled now by bad people. Simple. Bad people. People who went bad long ago. People who are the inheritors, the successors of other bad people who went before them, who set in train the capture of the institutions, the corruption of the ideologies, the move away from nation states, the disregarding of everything that people have valued for generations: culture, traditions, history, identity. The truth to be faced is that if there's another war coming, then the only war that will be worth fighting will be the war against those corrupt and rotten institutions that have already done unforgivable and unforgettable harm to everything we care about. I'll leave you this week with 3 quotes. If the injustice is part of the necessary friction of the machine of government, let it go, let it go. Perchance it will wear smooth. Certainly the machine will wear out. But if it is of such a nature that it requires you to be the agent of injustice to another, then I say break the law. Let your life be a counter-friction to stop the machine. What I have to do is to see at any rate that I do not lend myself to the wrong which I condemn. That's Henry David Thoreau in Civil Disobedience and Other Essays. Also, colourful demonstrations and weekend marches are vital, but alone are not powerful enough to stop wars. Wars will be stopped only when soldiers refuse to fight, when workers refuse to load weapons onto ships and aircraft, when people boycott the economic outposts of empire that are strung across the globe. That's Arundhati Roy in Public Power in the Age of Empire. And finally, let us put it generally. If a regime is immoral, its subjects are free from all obligations to it. And that's Alexander Solzhenitsyn in the Gulag Archipelago. I'll leave it there.
Check out your Christmas gift. 90%.
The state of Texas continued adding razor wire along the southern border despite a U.S. Supreme Court order earlier this week.
And on Monday, the High Court threw out a lower court decision. It means federal agents can resume cutting razor wire, but Governor Abbott says the state will keep adding more wire, saying the state's constitutional right to defend itself outweighs federal law. Fox 4's Blake Hansen joins us now with the very latest in the dispute between Texas and the federal government. Blake.
Yeah, Heather and Steve, razor wire is just one of multiple issues where the federal government and the state are at odds and in the courts over border security. New video Wednesday shows the Texas Military Department beefing up razor wire installations in Eagle Pass along the border southwest of San Antonio. The security efforts continuing despite a setback at the U.S. Supreme Court Monday. The court, in a 5-4 ruling, vacated a lower court decision that blocked federal agents from cutting razor wire. The feds argued its agents need access to patrol the border and help migrants in need. But the state says it's essential to security and will discourage risky crossings away from legal entry points.
Texas is doing putting every measure in place to prevent that, to try to discourage that. But yet at the federal level, the federal government has not done anything as far as trying to discourage illegal immigration, especially those that want to cross a dangerous river.
Although the Supreme Court order allows for federal agents to cut the wire, there's still no ruling on the larger lawsuit over the matter. And so Texas is adding more.
Texas is doing what they should do. The people of Texas are going to respond favorably to anything Texas can do to try to stem the tide.
In a lengthy statement Wednesday, Governor Abbott cited constitutional law he says allows for Texas to defend itself, writing that authority is the supreme law of the land and supersedes any federal statutes to the contrary. But it is still unclear if the federal government will try to clear out the razor wire. The White House was asked about it Tuesday.
How quickly does the administration intend to remove all the razor wire that has been set up?
So I don't have the specifics on what the border security is going to do and how they're going to do it. Look, we are certainly glad that the Supreme Court made the decision to vacate the injunction that prevented border security to actually do their jobs, to do laws, and it got in the way.
The lower court in this matter, the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals in New Orleans, is set to hear arguments in the case on February 7th.
Are you a low-income American on food stamps or Medicaid? If so, you are now eligible to receive a free brand new smartphone with 25 gigabytes of free high-speed data, plus unlimited talk and text. Join over 5 million Americans on this new nationwide government program. There are no credit checks, no shipping costs, and absolutely no monthly bills. Click on the Start Now button to begin the 2-minute enrollment process.
Turn to the tape itself. Applied is not the original tape.
No.
Was the original at Area 51 when you copied it?
That's out of bounds.
Is it fair to assume that the copying of tapes is heavily restricted?
You can assume anything you like. I would say that's a fair assumption. That's obvious. I will say that this tape was copied under special circumstances. Otherwise, copying it would have been impossible.
Can you be more specific?
More specific? Okay, I'm sure they've figured this much out already. Recently, there was a wholesale transfer of video documentation from analog tape to digital disc storage. In a couple of instances, this allowed data to leak from a highest security system to a less high security system. Even so, this particular tape was the only... I think that's about all I'll say about that.
Was there something about this particular clip that made it more accessible to be copied?
Not necessarily, no.
Was there something about the content that caused them to file it differently or give it special handling?
This interview was terminated.
The interview resumed only after a discussion of the ground rules.
Have you personally seen the alien being that appears in the tape?
Yes, I have, but I stress I was not necessarily present at the interview session that appears on the tape. I'm not going to be specific. I may have encountered the being at another time.
What can you tell us about the alien interview we're about to see?
This one's rather recent, very late in the series. The interview process has been ongoing since the being arrived, which was in 1989. Approximately twice a month, they sit it down for a session that generally lasts from 3 to 5 hours. If they try to go longer than that, or if they schedule the sessions more frequently, the being becomes unresponsive. There's a fair amount of infighting among the scientists from different disciplines to get their questions asked.
What has the alien revealed?
Various minor technical details of the saucers. The physicists and engineers are frankly frustrated. They feel the being is withholding information. Possibly concepts are getting lost because all the information has to come through a telepath. But also it may be that the bulk of their scientific knowledge is just too advanced to be translated into our primitive conceptual framework. It's analogous to if a human scientist were to try to translate quantum mechanics into the grunts and screeches of a chimpanzee.
It's not a very flattering comparison.
Frankly, there's a high attrition rate for scientists in the program. You'd think they'd be energized by the challenge, but a lot of them take the ego deflation very hard when they find out not only how much they don't know, but how much they aren't even capable of understanding.
What else has the alien communicated?
Oddly enough, the being seems to have a much easier time communicating spiritual concepts.
Do you think it's a reassuring sign that these aliens can communicate with us on a spiritual plane?
It would be nice to think so, but I'm not sure if it's really such an achievement considering the mismatch between our intellects. I mean, you're not going to have much luck making your dog understand calculus. But if you pet him on the head and say, "Good dog," aren't you communicating spiritually? And doesn't the animal control officer say, "Good dog," when he comes to put some poor stray to sleep? Doesn't the vet try to reassure the animal just before he spays it? When you're dealing with beings whose intellect is so far beyond your own, I don't think it's safe to assume they have your best interests at heart.
What about the content of the tape segment you brought?
As I said, this is late in the series. In fact, it's quite close to the end.
Because of his unwillingness to reveal his own identity, Victor's story stands or falls on the credibility of the tape he supplied. Here, exclusively for the first time anywhere, is the uncut, uninterrupted alien interview tape, shown in its entirety in real time.
This game, you're not ready for it.
You're in the middle of this beautiful sci-fi environment, and You're seeing intrigue, the espionage, the alliances form.
You removed the soundtrack from the tape before you turned it over to this program.
That's correct.
something latitudes of acceptance. In order to make someone agree to something that he doesn't agree with, a more extreme stance on the subject could be first taken, so that when the actual moderate argument is presented, it seems more acceptable. Another technique could consist in moderating one's own position to kind of match a target's beliefs, and then over time, slowly moving to the one that was previously held. Limited hangout. It happens when someone's veil of secrecy is shredded, and he can no longer rely on a phony cover story to misinform the public. He resorts to admitting, sometimes even volunteering, some of the truth while still managing to withhold the key and damaging facts to the case. The public is usually so intrigued by the new information that it never thinks to pursue the matter further. Loaded language. Specific words and phrases with strong emotion.
No matter what divisive tag may have been placed around your neck, there is a stream, a unitary stream running through all of us, and we can oppose their globalist agenda through our individual awakening. This is the time where we must awaken. This is the moment. They are becoming fiercer. They are becoming more dangerous. They are trying to intoxicate you with corruption and lies all the more ferociously, and yet we become more powerful by the day. Why? You only need glance at their ludicrous automated measures and their evident failure to see. In a minute, I'm going to show you one of the robots that will be ultimately used to serve the globalist agenda, struggling in the snow and human beings innocently helping it. We've got so many stories to cover today. If you're watching us on YouTube, you glorious awakening wonder you, there's a link in the description. You'll have to come over and join us in that stream of freedom where we can speak freely, not hate speech, but the very speech they fear the most. Speech to bring about unity, speech to empower you, where we will be discussing Elon Musk and Shapiro. That's going to be a good conversation. My favorite bit is when Elon Musk says the reason the legacy media attack X is because X is an opponent. And I must say, when I myself was personally subject to numerous ongoing attacks, it was never correctly covered that they've got skin in the game. They are opponents. They want independent media to fail. They want independent thought to fail. They do not want your awakening. They fear your awakening. You've always known there was something wrong, and now we're finally beginning to understand it. We've got some fantastic stories for you, things that will blow your socks off and melt your mind. Who would have imagined that one day, in plain sight, openly, we'd be saying they were developing bioweapons. They were developing bioweapons with government money, and potentially that's what caused recent events. I cannot believe it. The people on the outer peripheries, the vanguard, were closer to the truth than people now on state or corporate funded media. I'm talking about media that's either funded by big pharma advertising or funded by you. Those organizations, those are the misinformation peddlers. Those are the people that are dangerous. Those are the institutions that you cannot trust. Now, we'll be on YouTube for about 15 minutes, then over on Rumble. If you download the app, that'll be better for us, because then we can tell you whenever we're broadcasting. We'll be telling you, well, God, we've got so much stuff coming up. We've got Glenn Greenwald show that will give early access to you for, plus exclusive content will remain on Locals if you're on Awake and Wonder. Remember, there's an exclusive video for our Locals community that's up right now, talking about the mysterious increase of 8% in child fatalities, child deaths in the last. If the legacy media will be investigating thoroughly what the same that they send voices that could affect their bottom line. We're going to be talking about why the legacy media require Trump, why they continue to loathe him, and how when Trump fails, they fail. We'll also, as I've told you, be talking about globalism. We'll be talking about George Soros's lad. We'll be seeing him stammering in Davos. But first of all, like, if ever you doubt human beings and our capacity for grace and love, for great service, the power that's in us all. Have a look at this. This robot has probably been designed, ultimately change the page thing on the Stream Deck. Thanks, guys. This is a robot that's probably ultimately going to be used to corral us into various institutions of compliance. But look what happens when it gets stuck in the snow. Everyone comes along to help this little robot. Humans come to help the robot. It's like a Pixar film. I've lost my mommy. Come on, little guy, you'll be okay. Just come through here. Adorable. Humanity, our kindness, our compassion, and our vulnerability are our greatest assets. If we can access that, there is a limitless power. They know that power is there, and by God, do they fear it. You'll be familiar by now with the fact that Elon Musk and Ben Shapiro have met in Auschwitz to talk about the legacy media and how the legacy media are threatened by X. This is an interesting conversation from our perspective, because of course we're interested in the legacy media and their agenda of destruction. Did you see our recent content on the new revelations that Moderna have been tracking and surveilling many dissenting voices? I am included in the peculiar group of government-funded agencies that are hell-bent on shutting down dissent. They've been tracking Jay Bhattacharya, Alex Berenson, Michael Schellenberger, anyone that's critical of the big pharma agenda. Extraordinary. Have a look at that. It's up on Rumble right now. You do not want to miss that. You will be better informed. You also see how the legacy media report on important stories like excess death. This is how they report excess death. Something mysterious is happening. We don't know what's causing it. What is causing more people? It's almost like a couple of years ago, something happened that caused more people than ever before to die, but we don't know what it is, and we simply don't have the time to investigate it. Let's have a look at Elon Musk talking about legacy media with Ben Shapiro in Auschwitz.
Legacy media has spent an awful lot of ink on you. There's been a lot of attempts to paint you as anti-Semitic or paint X as anti-Semitic. Where do you think that's coming from? Why does the legacy media seem to have you, particularly in the last year and a half, in the crosshairs so much?
Well, I mean, the reality is that X is competition for the legacy media. So, X is where people go to get the most current news and learn about the world. So, the legacy media is our direct competitors. So they're really going to try to every angle to try to cancel X.
So, in a sense, what Elon Musk is saying, and let me know if you think this is true, the legacy media cannot be trusted, probably at all, on any subject, particularly after how they behaved during the pandemic. They were the people that were advocating for certain measures. They were the people that were amplifying the cries for lockdown. They were the people that were inaccurate in their reporting on the origins of this virus. They are the people that refuse to look into excess deaths, adverse events. They are essentially the mouthpiece of the powerful, amplifying and normalizing their narratives, ensuring that we remain at least dependent but potentially enslaved. So, of course, whenever legacy media talk about independent media, you have to be deeply cynical and skeptical about what they're saying. In short, you cannot trust them. You cannot trust them at all.
I mean, if you want to know why things are happening, look at the incentives. You know, so and legacy media has had a tough time with respect to usage. The numbers I saw was that the sort of traditional print cable television viewership went down something like 20-30% last year. On the other hand, X went up roughly that same, roughly 20-30%. So it's a direct competition for people's attention. So if there's some attack they can levy against me.
Okay, well, that's pretty interesting aspect of the conversation. Obviously, many of you have very strong views about events in the Middle East, and I must say it's difficult to blame you, for it is a unique and complex and agonizing conflict, part, it seems to me, of a geopolitical nexus that is designed, or at least delivers, forever wars. And it seems to me that after the $2 trillion squandered in Afghanistan, although I'm not sure who in particular benefited from it, so maybe it wasn't entirely squandered. I'm sure Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, Boeing benefited, but it doesn't seem to me to have been a useful expenditure of your resources. But, you know, who's asking you? Who's asking you where your money should be spent? One of the things I like that Elon Musk said during that conversation was that world leaders should do their own posts. We asked you earlier whether or not who you'd most like to see posts from. Can we put that up now? Is it on my thing? Let's have a look. And you guys said that you would like to see Rishi Sunak, 2% of you. He's our Prime Minister, affiliated with the WF. Joe Biden, he's your president, receives a lot of funding from the financial industry. Kim Jong-un, that dude, he's very much furrowing his own plough, or ploughing his own furrow. In any event, there's a trench and he's in it alone. And Justin Trudeau, 40%. But most of you want to see Joe Biden's unexpurgated posting. And yeah, I think it will be interesting. If what happens when he types is what happens when he speaks, we'd be in for some accidental poetry, I tell you. Let's have a look at Elon Musk talking about leaders posting for himself.
But it's only me doing these posts ever. I don't have a team or anything. In fact, I generally would recommend for leaders of the world to just literally post your own stuff. And once in a while...
Although Elon Musk, let's face it, has got into some trouble. Is that what he's about to say? He's got into some trouble.
While you make a mistake, don't worry about it.
It's a very forgiving culture we live in, no doubt about that. Hey, let us know in the Rumble chat. Eat my chode, maybe a bot, maybe a human being, certainly posting the word fart a lot. Why don't you vote 1 if you want us to mute him, or 2 if you are free speech absolutist. We'll do whatever you say, because, you know, free speech is free speech. Or do you want to control your community? It's up to you. Or do you want a sort of a kind of ever mutating, ongoing discourse about the nature of censorship and free speech? Yeah, I can't remember which numbers I said, so you'll have to tell me. Some of you are saying mute him. 1 is mute. Was 1 mute? Some of you are saying mute. I think he's going to get a little muting. You're going to get muted. He's muted. Hey, that's how democracy works, guys. Seems pretty simple to me. So yeah, if you're watching us on YouTube, we're just going to do a little more here. We're talking briefly about the primaries, but I recognize that a lot of you feel that internal domestic politics are all contained within a paradigm that is ultimately controlled by the same interests, although I similarly recognize that Vivek and Trump are 2 figures much admired in the libertarian anti-establishment world. Let's have a look at a little bit of Trump and Vivek. They're campaigning together, and there's a sense that Trump is getting some of his policies from Vivek. It's like Trump's young person. That's what it sounds like. He's like, oh, Vivek's been telling me about CBDCs, and meth. I mean, I don't know what else they've been discussing, but have a look at that. I'd say that old Chowet dude's getting mooted for a little while now, based on democracy. Barocco, for example, says mute the C word. Very strong views on democracy right there. Let's have a look how that plays out, and let's have a look at Trump with his consultant young person, Vivek Ramaswamy. He's not with him. I think he's sort of citing him.
And this I do for Vivek, because he's very big into it. I happen to agree with him, but he said, could you mention this? I will never. He said, I love Vivek. I love him too now. I didn't love him when he was running, but I like him now. It's amazing the way you can like somebody when you win, right?
Donald Trump there, he understands comedy, he understands the button. Hey, so we've been talking about globalism. We've been talking about when people say, oh, what do you mean global establishment? What is this power that NATO, the WHO, the WEF, what is this power that the financial industry through the World Bank or the IMF, how is it that it works? How does the politics of debt operate? How do you go into a nation, get them heavy into debt, and exercise and leverage control using these, what we might term, globalist methods? Well, one evident, observable facet of globalism is this WHO treaty. This is a post from, he's a really good journalist, I figure, James Melville. The UK government's just confirmed its commitment to the WHO pandemic treaty. This is an affront to democracy and risks handing over significant components of public health policy to the World Health Organization. So I think there is a petition you can sign, although someone else is posting fine.
No time is garbage time on FanDuel.
America has a homelessness crisis as record numbers of people are ending up on the streets in a few concentrated city centers. Cities are spending billions of dollars on failing projects to try and solve this problem, which has attracted a growing list of companies happy to provide their services for a price. Helping the homeless has become a lucrative business, with multi-million-dollar government contracts awarded every day. But if there's so much money to be made, do these companies really want a long-term fix?
Over how much Austin's new homeless shelter is
now
going
to
cost
hundreds of homeless
taxpayers.
families being housed in hotels across the state because there's no more room left in emergency shelters.
49 apartments for the homeless, built at a whopping $739,000 a unit.
According to a report by the consulting firm McKinsey & Co., the annual budget for the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority rose from $63 million in 2015 to $808 million in 2022, a 1,300% increase in just 7 years. And what did the hardworking taxpayers of Los Angeles get for their money? The number of homeless people went up by 56%. Ignoring for the moment that everybody deserves the right to affordable, comfortable shelter, there is something not quite adding up here. A closer look at individual programs like the Inside Safe Homelessness Reduction Policy doesn't make it much better. The idea of this program was to have social workers offer hotel rooms to homeless individuals while they sought out longer-term housing arrangements. Data collected by the city and compiled by local news outlet The Center Square found that the plan had cost $250 million over just 1 year. The program only served 1,463 individuals, which works out to be $17,000 per individual per month. That is over $200,000 every year being spent on one individual in one program in just one city in America. So where the f*** is all this money going? And at what point would it be easier to give homeless people checks for 3 times the national salary? Well, there are 3 reasons why cities across America and the rest of the world are spending more money than ever on this problem while not making it any better. The first reason is the broken structure trying to fix a difficult problem. Hanlon's razor is an adage that says you should never attribute malice to what is adequately explained by stupidity. With so much taxpayer money funding failed programs, you might think of evil corporations profiting off the misery of society's most vulnerable. But that isn't the biggest problem. Most people involved in homeless relief efforts are making below average incomes and are really trying to make a difference. Most of them, not all of them. But you will see that later. The homeless industrial complex is actually a combination of bad management structures, bad incentives, and bad market conditions. Tim Campbell is a journalist and public auditor who wrote an article about the organizations involved in this industry and the failures of their process. The Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority is a joint powers authority that gets funding from federal, state, county, and city budgets, but it doesn't actually do any of the work itself. According to the authority's own website, the LAHSA offers funding, program design, outcomes assessment, and technical assistance to more than 100 nonprofit partner agencies that assist people in experiencing homelessness achieve independence and stability in permanent housing. So they are a middleman between funding and over 100 nonprofits. They give the money to these organizations to achieve goals, like offering hotel rooms to people until they can get back on their feet, and then assess the performance after a project has been finished to determine if it was successful or not. With so many organizations all doing different things, proper oversight is very difficult. In the 2022-2023 fiscal year, just over $40 million of the Homeless Authority's revenue was spent on administration. The organization that only runs a few programs of their own has over 750 employees, primarily dedicated to liaising with their nonprofit partners, overseen by highly paid executives including the CEO of public organization Valencia Adams Kellum, who is paid a base salary of $430,000 per year according to public records. Attractive compensation is important in any company. If you offer low compensation, you should expect bad results, which is not what such a troubled organization needs. But according to SalaryCube and the Bureau of Labor Statistics, this is roughly double the pay of the average CEO for organizations of this size in the private sector. But that's not actually the biggest problem. Most of the money entering this program goes to nonprofit partners, but since each of them are contracted for niche roles across dozens of different programs, the real work is bogged down in endless siloing of responsibilities and overhead. In his article, Tim Campbell talks about an experience where one agency provides outreach, another operates a shelter, a third provides support services, a fourth builds supportive housing, and a fifth manages housing's operations. Even though these are nonprofit organizations, they all want to protect their role so their people can keep their jobs, and they frequently get into turf wars over whose responsibility is what. They also don't have a direct line of communication to one another, since all reporting goes back through the LAHSA. Something like booking a hotel room for someone to spend the night in took the involvement of 10 nonprofit organizations, the police, hotel staff, and an oversight team at the LAHSA. That makes it almost impossible for the authority to provide assessment of the performance of a program because it gets bogged down in endless "that wasn't my job" between all the unrelated nonprofits it works with. That would be bad enough if it wasn't for the fact that the Housing Authority isn't even the central authority within Los Angeles. Within just this one city, different homeless issues are handled by the LAHSA, the Chief of Housing and Homeless Solutions, County Homeless Services, the California Department of Housing and Community Development, the Federal Interagency Council of Homelessness, in addition to federal, state, city, and local police departments. Every agency has overhead, like offices and administration staff, that take money away from fixing the problems at hand. And that's before you learn about the people that are deliberately taking advantage of all of this for profit. So it's time to learn how money works to find out why throwing money at complicated problems is not fixing it. This week's lesson is sponsored by Manscaped, the global men's lifestyle brand disrupting the beard market. Manscaped's latest beard trimmer is an absolute game changer. Meet the Beard Hedger. With its roaring 7,200 RPM motor and a titanium-coated T-blade, it breezes through even the burliest of beards in one go. Beard Hedger is perfect for your grooming routine. Who trusts Manscaped today?
Welcome to Flatiron School. This is where you learn how the future works, where the whole point of education is to get you a job in a career you love. At Flatiron, you can graduate in as little as 4 months, not 4 years. The school of the future is finally here. Flatiron School. Change things.
Welcome to Sticker Mule.
Man, Sticker Mule kicks ass.
Try Sticker Mule. It's only $1.
Outreach staff working in dangerous areas on a volunteer basis or for very little pay are not part of a shadowy cabal to profit off the homeless epidemic. But there are other players in this game. A major problem caused by the disjoint departmentalization of services is that recipients can pick and choose what programs they access and what programs they reject. The individual organizations within this sprawling private-public structure have no way to stop recipients being very selective with their services, and according to multiple insiders, they actually encourage it. Kevin Dahlgren is a former social services worker who has written about his experiences working in a Housing First center in Portland, Oregon. Housing First was a federal initiative to fix homelessness by giving people homes, but other services like addiction treatment, mental health support, and workplace training were handled separately. People can't have government treatment programs forced upon them unless they are institutionalized, which would only make the situation worse. The result of the program, according to Dahlgren and other service workers, is that homeless housing buildings would not provide a place for people to stay off the streets, but would just concentrate all the problems that put people there in the first place. If you ever wanted to see clear proof that this is a complicated issue, then you should know that Dahlgren, who has been a tireless advocate for support services reform, was recently arrested on charges of alleged identity theft involving the disadvantaged people he previously worked with. He has pled not guilty, but the case is still ongoing. The data itself backs up his point, though. The uptake of housing programs has been higher than the uptake of support programs across the country. A study by the University of Chicago on permanent housing solutions found that many homeless people actually avoid these services because they see them as more dangerous than being on the street. Advocacy groups claim the stereotype of housing centers being dangerous is a damaging myth. But if they really were safe, then it gets even harder to justify spending so much money on such poor results. In an interview with CNN, Jason Elliott, a senior advisor on homelessness to Governor Gavin Newsom, defended the state of California spending $17.5 billion. That much money would have been enough to just pay rent at market rates for every homeless person in the state, with around $4 billion left over. Elliott pointed out that this wouldn't work, because of the significant behavioral health challenges these people face, requiring housing solutions to have controls in place. Okay, there is more than just bad management at play here. All of this chaos is covering up the second reason that homelessness is getting worse while costing you more. California, New York, and Oregon have been heavily featured so far, because they have the highest rate of homelessness in the country, and it should be no surprise that the problem of people not having a house has a lot to do with those houses themselves. These states attract a lot of people, who move to them for career opportunities, and they have expensive real estate markets. As someone who has lived in both San Francisco and LA, I witnessed the problem of unaffordable housing myself. Since moving here, I have had good paying jobs as an investment banker, and now as a full-time YouTuber. But even then, I have struggled to afford a small apartment. I am grateful to be a lot more financially stable now. But fresh out of college, if I lost my job and couldn't find a new one within weeks, I would have to move back home. A study by the University of California, San Francisco found that the #1 reason why people experience homelessness was simply because they lost their income in cities where a place to live is expensive. The study also found that a vast majority of surveyed respondents could have avoided homelessness with a subsidy of less than $300 a month, which is already far cheaper than the cost to help someone once they are already homeless. A clear criticism of housing programs in these states is the cost of the housing solutions themselves. The San Diego Housing Commission is planning to use $150 million in state funding to purchase a 400-room extended stay hotel that could be quickly converted into housing. That's a per-unit cost of $383,000 for something that is not much more than a basic hotel room with a kitchenette. The purchase was defended by the government and real estate experts in an article by the San Diego Tribune, because it simply wasn't possible to find housing close to services like public transport for less than that in the city. If $300 a month could prevent the city from buying more of these units, that would clearly pay for itself. But at what point are taxpayers just subsidizing rent for people moving to LA to become an actor? And that's the third reason why homelessness is only getting worse. It's become a political football. The UC San Francisco study also looked at common claims like the one that homeless people are moving to California because services here are better than what they could receive in other states. Politicians from both sides of the aisle will make this claim as a way to discredit the support efforts of other states, or the soft-handed approach of California. The study actually found that 90% of surveyed people suffering homelessness became homeless while already living in California. Okay, so people do move here, but they are only a minor part of the problem. This is a big issue that affects lots of voters. People want a solution to this problem because nobody likes to see other people struggling, and they are also sick of having their cars broken into or their streets filled with tents and droppings. Politicians can score easy points by coming up with a new solution to lump on top of the old solutions, or by pointing out that their constituency is not having the same problem. Politicians also can't do much about the existing problems because they employ so many people. The cobweb of intergovernmental ineffectiveness might not be very good at getting people off the streets, but it is very good at providing employment. Every nonprofit, government authority, administrative department, and private sector provider in this mess is keeping people in a job. A more efficient solution would yield better results, but nobody wants to be the politician responsible for getting rid of that many jobs. I am working on an article covering the more controversial aspects of this issue over on my totally free email newsletter Compounded Daily, which you can find in the video description. I don't have to worry about the algorithm over there, so I'm free to bring you stories that wouldn't do well here. Suffice it to say, this whole problem has not been helped by one of the groups that is profiting off this incompetence, the media companies farming outrage for clicks. To learn more about the man who made billions from this strategy, go watch my video on Rupert Murdoch over on How History Works. As always, don't forget to like and subscribe to keep on learning how money works.
Accidents out there that could affect your drive. So far, so good. Absolutely getting going. Speaking of the South Canada team, we're going to go to the south of the valley.
Over, but we have an update on that crash that was causing tie-ups on southbound 163 near the 15. John Suter.
Deputy Commissioner moments ago, and he says that this may burst simply because it's old. 100 years old.
Dollars. Got them into digital dollars. Has anybody got any good answers there?
Also didn't know, I think I remember reading the Brooklyn's built the Brooklyn Bridge 125 years ago.
In this country, the most powerful country on earth, it is so actually difficult to get information, especially outside of borders, not to mention what's going on inside this country.
4 hours and 20 minutes
months ago at 9:42 p.m. Eastern Time. That would have put it at 5.
Public information, the news we rely on to learn about what's happening in the world, to learn about one another, is in the hands, basically, of commercial enterprises.
An agreement on healthcare is close, but support could still
Giant media corporations like Time Warner, News Corporation, Disney, and so forth, they get to decide what is news, what is newsworthy, and what is not newsworthy.
This is America. How many of you people want to pay for your neighbor's mortgage?
What the press is pushing is distortions, lies, lack of balance.
I have 900 channels on my TV, but 700 of them are breaking news. So many great celebrity stories. Thank God. Oh, look at that. She's so humble.
The American public knows far more information about sex scandals, celebrities, Hollywood, than they know about economics and the environment. That's by design.
When was the last time, Governor, that you were at a Wendy's and had a Frosty? And you
Make no mistake about it. Is it to control people's ideas? Is to control their imagination?
Executives put on positive stories.
You have pressure from news executives to put on positive stories.
They wouldn't say it in that way, but they would edit my pieces. They would push me in different directions. They would turn down stories that were more critical.
We're in a profound crisis of democracy. You can't choke off discourse and have a free society.
This is what you get with corporate media. It's gonna
These are stories you will not be told on radio, in newspapers, or on television. A clash between two worlds. Big media corporations spinning public perception for profit versus the defenders of truth who stand for liberty and democracy.
And that's our news for tonight.
I'd often been asked if there was any pressure on me because of the kinds of stories that I do. I was always asked, are there some stories that you can't do? Are there some times that you're not allowed to report on certain things because of advertisers? And my answer was always, absolutely not.
Two decades after the end of the Vietnam War, the United States lifted the trade embargo against Vietnam, and CBS chief correspondent Roberta Baskin looked into one corporation's search for cheaper labor markets.
The premise for the story was the fact that Nike were subcontracting to these factories on the other side of the planet, but they weren't really taking responsibility for how the shoes were made. And I asked to follow the trail.
In August of 1996, Baskin and a CBS News film crew flew to Vietnam to investigate the Nike factories.
We were able to kind of peek through the keyhole, but we were not allowed inside. We were barred. One of the things that really shocked me was to discover that the word Nike had become a verb. The word Nike meant to abuse your employees. There were incidences of physical abuse, women who had their mouths taped shut for talking on the line. 15 women were systematically hit with the top part of a Nike shoe around the face and the neck. It was this disparity between seeing the corporate image that the company sells and the reality in these factories. Just do it, or else.
Roberta Baskin's news report about Nike abuses was broadcast on CBS News television across the United States.
CBS was very pleased submitting it for prestigious awards. For me, what was really exciting about it was that the phones rang off the hook. There was picketing of Nike towns across the country. There were boycotts that were being organized by students on campuses. I realized that it had touched some kind of a nerve.
Nike's labor abuses reached the media, and the shoe giant came forward to limit the damages.
We don't have abusive labor conditions in our factories, and really never have.
With Nike in denial, CBS News commissioned Baskin to do a follow-up investigation, working with a Vietnamese labor group.
Roberta's work was mainly about the corporal punishment. We help add another dimension to the problem is that wages and excessive amount of overtime. Nike's not the good guys, even though they've done a lot of commercials saying they are, but people at that moment realize that they are not part of the good team.
As Baskin was putting together the updated news report on Nike's labor practices, she received unexpected news from inside CBS.
I got a call from my executive producer who said the story is not going to air. It's been taken off schedule. There's some sort of deal being made between Nike and CBS News for the upcoming Winter Olympics. The air went out of my soul.
CBS News was paying an enormous amount of money for the rights. And so by definition, they would be seeking out commercial sponsors who would pour lots of money into it so that they could recoup the millions that they were paying for the rights of the Olympics.
The 18th Olympic Winter Games on CBS.
As CBS revealed their Olympic coverage, the deal between Nike and CBS was plain to see.
Correspondent after correspondent are wearing these Nike jackets on the air with a little CBS something or other. You really couldn't read it, and a big swoosh on the shoulder. That was the deal. Nike had convinced CBS News to turn its correspondents into billboards. It was heartbreaking.
The CBS News correspondents were furious. They had to wear the Nike Parkers whenever they appeared on air. It's just not done.
Baskin wrote a memo requesting CBS management to take the Nike logo off the correspondence.
CBS had crossed this incredible line. How do you trust serious stories when you're seeing the reporter wearing a bunch of logos? Immediately, the president of CBS News responded, saying this was a breach of professional etiquette. It meant that I should shut up. How dare I raise a question about the integrity of CBS News?
After questioning the deal with Nike, Baskin was removed from her position as the chief correspondent of CBS News.
It wasn't an ordinary transfer, a change. It was a demotion. And it was a demotion that was to send a message.
I ended up asking if I could get out of my contract. The president responded, great. They were, happy to see me go.
Hi, Mr. Southring. I'm Roberta Baskin from CBS News.
Yeah?
I wanted to talk to you about...
To this day, the CBS network has buried both of Baskin's reports on the Nike sweatshops.
These are the kind of fundamental conflicts of interest that result in censorship, that result in a narrow debate, and they come directly from the fact that we have made these historical choices to allow corporations to own and control our media.
Media today is dominated by a handful of corporations. This is a far cry from the original ideals of the country.
This game, you're not ready for it.
As Americans fought for independence from imperial rule, the revolution found its inspiration in an unexpected place.
The United States was in many senses founded by a journalist, Tom Paine, who called Americans to revolution against a British Empire that was thought to be completely unbeatable. This country was really founded on the concept that if you gave citizens the information they needed, they could govern themselves.
The founders of the United States gave citizens the fundamental right to a free press. A revolution for freedom of information.
One of the primary reasons for freedom of the press was that it was the only way people outside of power could keep the government from becoming an empire. Stop militarism, stop the corruption, the secrecy, and the cronyism. That was the function of freedom of the press.
There's a reason why our profession, journalism, is the only one explicitly protected by the U.S. Constitution. Because we're supposed to be holding those in power accountable, asking the critical questions.
One of the first steps of the new government was to encourage the distribution of independent news through subsidies.
This was actually America's revolutionary contribution. The genius of the subsidies is that it did not discriminate against the content of the newspapers.
The abolitionist movement didn't start in Congress. It started in those freely distributed weekly newspapers. And that was really where we began to address the most fundamental sins of the American experiment.
It's simply information that is power. It's information that frees us, because when people get information, they then can decide what to do.
Today, the founding vision of America's journalistic independence has become deeply distorted.
Media is the conversation we have as a society. It's the way we learn about the world. It's the way we learn about one another. We see the range of public debate constrained because there may be many things that citizens of a democratic society need to know about that private corporations may not be interested in telling them.
The International Silver of the market. Campbell soup.
Just as newspapers had been the driving force behind democracy, the great hope of the 20th century was the birth of mass media.
We think Google and Facebook is a big deal. Imagine what it must have been like in rural Kansas to suddenly be able to listen to a broadcast from New York City every night.
And now we move down 45th Street to the Music Box Theater. You people must have faith. You must not be stampeded by rumors or guesses. Together, we cannot fail.
It was apparent to people at the time that the control over this medium was going to be a form of social control.
With advertising money pouring in, corporate networks pressured Congress to uphold profit as the basis for American broadcasting.
Business was publicly owned property, and lots of Americans protested that we would turn over this scarce resource, these extraordinary airwaves, to a handful of private commercial interests to make money by selling advertising to us.
In 1934, Congress passed the Communications Act, sealing the future of America's broadcasting as a for-profit system.
NBC, CBS, ABC, these huge empires, were built upon the gift for free of monopoly rights to government property. It was an extraordinary corporate welfare that boggles the mind.
broadcasting set up as a commercial enterprise, government regulations were put into place to prevent monopolies.
There was a cross-party agreement that commercial activity would be regulated by the government. No individual should have such dominance of our media that they could effectively define the discourse. The great transition came in the election of Ronald Reagan as President of the United States.
Government is not the solution to our problem. Government is the problem.
Ronald Reagan believed the answer to any concern, any question as regards how to create a good media system was to get government out of the way.
In order to restructure media ownership, Reagan removed regulations.
Driving the bears back into permanent hibernation. We're going to turn the bull loose.
Elon Musk is working on an app much bigger than Twitter.
This app is projected
loose.
Their whole model was the idea that if you removed all controls and regulations and allowed the free market rip, then everything would be fine. Everything would be wonderful. In reality, what it does is it allows a handful of giant corporations to come in and gobble up everything. And these conglomerates don't see journalism as actually being central and essential to the functioning of a democracy. Their main interest is making profit.
One merger symbolized the takeover of mass media by conglomerates seeking ever higher profits.
For General Electric, here is Ronald Reagan.
Good evening on this last Sunday before Christmas. The Christmas season is a time for the family. So
people should remember that Ronald Reagan was funded by large corporations. And so suddenly we saw a radical transformation of the media system in the United States.
General Electric and RCA, two of America's biggest and best-known companies. In a dramatic move last night, the two announced plans to merge.
We'll now have the strongest network. We'll have a stronger defense piece. This is going to be one dynamite company.
A concentration of mass media in the hands of very few, very large international corporations who have a lot of different businesses. Defense business, theme parks, and news became a smaller and smaller part of ever larger corporations.
The Reagan administration approved General Electric's purchase of major media holdings, despite ongoing violations of industry laws and practices.
Meanwhile, from General Electric, from my family and myself, a Merry, Merry Christmas. Patty, don't you want to say Merry Christmas?
The original sin was going to Wall Street. The demands of Wall Street will require empty desks in your newsroom. So why don't you minimize your actual product and make more money? Capitalism is not the best judge of what's good for society. When I knew it was time to go, the last speech I got from a CEO, he had been selling cereal, breakfast cereal, before he was selling newspapers. He came into Baltimore, he gave a speech about product. He never once mentioned news. He never once mentioned the role of a newspaper.
We're now at a stage where every journalist who isn't asleep understands that corporate power has made it impossible for them to do the job as it needs to be done.
One of the biggest news stories of the 1980s was the explosion of crack cocaine in the United States.
The crack epidemic not only destroyed lives in the sense that people were addicted to this powerful drug, but also it set off gang wars. Certain communities, like the African American communities, were disproportionately hurt. Gary Webb, he began investigating that.
Gary Webb, he thought being a reporter was the best thing you could be, the only independent force in the society to establish truth. What first caught his eye, he's got Nicaraguans dirty in a drug deal, and they're not going down, they're getting a walk. Well, if you're a reporter, you look into that.
As Webb looked at the suppliers of the crack trade in Los Angeles, the trail led back to a U.S.-sponsored war a decade earlier in Central America.
The Reagan administration wanted to be proactive in sticking it to the communists around the world. President Ronald Reagan authorized the CIA to spend hundreds of millions of dollars building, supporting, directing the Contras against the Sandinistas in Nicaragua.
They are the moral equal of our founding fathers. We cannot turn away from them.
Sponsoring violence in a small Central American country was far more important than stopping drugs from flowing into our cities and our communities.
After a year-long investigation, Webb's report broke new ground by becoming the first major news investigation published both in print and on the internet.
As a consequence, even though the San Jose Mercury News is considered a regional newspaper, it was able to get national traction and even international traction on this story because it was now on the web.
We've got all the DEA undercover tapes, we've got the FBI reports, we've got the court records, and they're all posted for people to see.
Brother Webb, when you look at his research and what he was doing and tracing it, and he was hip enough to check it and know it was true.
By November 1997, the website was getting over 1 million hits a day.
What is the word on the street now? Have you heard about the CIA? Well, you know what? We've heard, we've seen, and now we are moving.
With the CIA on the defensive and the public demanding answers, the major national newspapers waded into the controversy.
You have the fact that the San Jose Mercury News, being in Silicon Valley, was sort of challenging the gatekeeper function that the New York Times, the LA Times, the Washington Post, and other big papers had assumed was theirs.
The Washington Post weighs in and says Gary Webb got it wrong, but we can't tell you exactly how he got it wrong because we haven't the faintest goddamn idea.
It was accompanied by a piece that declared that the African American community was conspiracy prone. So that sort of set the tone that Webb's story would be dismissed and, to a degree, ridiculed.
Yeah, outlets, CIA, and saying, is this true? They would say, oh no, this is not true. And then the reportage was, oh, well, it's not true.
This is nonsense. Come on, come on. I mean, come on. There has never been a conspiracy in this country.
The fact is that the shoddy reporting on this story was not from Gary Webb. It was from his corporate-backed detractors.
Now, I had a drink with a major figure at the LA Times, and I asked him about the crackback. And he said, look, there were meetings in the building that they weren't going to let a guy from San Jose, California, come into their turf and win a Pulitzer Prize.
As the press attacked Gary Webb, the public protested.
I got involved with the protests because Gary Webb, he had no hidden agenda. He's not lying.
And we're going to put the CIA in this country on notice.
With the national media calling for a retraction, the Mercury News took down the Dark Alliance website and reassigned Webb to a bureau 150 miles from his home.
In the beginning, they were behind you. That's right. And then they caught a world of hell from the establishment media. Now they're not behind me anymore.
And here, this guy that had all these awards, this guy that broke a story that everyone warned him not to break. All of a sudden, a journalist that should be hailed was treated like a piece of crap.
A year later, the CIA released its internal report into the agency's involvement with Contra drug traffickers.
There are instances where CIA did not, in an expeditious or consistent fashion, cut off relationships with individuals supporting the Contra program who were alleged to have engaged in drug trafficking activity.
The contents of the reports, if you go into the actual nitty-gritty of them, what you find is that there was a serious problem, that the U.S. government knew about it, and that the Contras were far more guilty of drug trafficking, and the CIA was more guilty of looking the other way than even Gary Webb had suggested.
With the CIA's report about its relationship with Contra drug traffickers, the media had a chance to vindicate Webb's investigation.
The New York Times, they do a story that is half kind of mea culpa, we should have done more with this, it was worse than we thought, and half Gary Webb's still an idiot. The Washington Post waits several weeks and does a rather dismissive article. And the LA Times never reports on the CIA's findings. So even though Webb was proven correct, he's still considered a flake who got a story wrong.
When he was interviewing with another job, they'd always say, "Aren't you the guy who wrote Darker Lines?" And then they would kill the interview. He couldn't make a living being a journalist anymore. And that ripped his heart out.
He's despondent about his inability to find work. He got his father's pistol, laid out a certificate for his cremation, and then he shot himself.
Frankly, if I have to stand up and take a beating for putting the issue of government complicity in drug trafficking on the national agenda, I'll take that beating any day of the week. I mean, I was glad to do this story. I'm proud of what we did, and I'd do it again in a second.
We killed one of the few decent working reporters in the country. By that, I mean the business I'm in, media.
With the new technological revolution, Congress began drafting new media legislation.
The media conglomerates created the fantasy that if they were allowed to own dramatically more media, they could make dramatically better media. Big is better, effectively.
Media corporations need that favorable policy that's going to allow them to grow and make more and more money. And politicians need that media to give them the airtime that they couldn't exist without. Who's left out of that deal, of course, is the public.
At that point, behind closed doors, these media conglomerates are asking for the rules to be loosened even more.
Fantasy became reality for the media conglomerates when President Bill Clinton signed the 1996 Telecom Act into law.
This law is truly revolutionary legislation that will bring the future to our doorstep.
Telecom 96 really rang the dinner bell for media conglomerates to come and eat up every station that they wanted.
Following the Telecom Act, a wave of massive mergers swept through the media industry.
A handful of entertainment stars using mega mergers are preparing to dominate TV and movie screens worldwide.
The combination of the two together gives us the opportunity to become the strongest creative company in the world.
The superlatives were flying as Viacom and CBS announced the biggest media merger ever.
A new multimedia giant will soon control an enormous amount of the entertainment. Viacom is buying CBS, parent of CBS News.
When you think about the new Viacom, you really only have to remember a single number. That's number one.
Johnson, you're fired. Why? It's not you. It's your shirt. But it's Casual Friday. Well, you've taken it too far. Look at Gibson. He's wearing a True Classic tee. It fits him tight in all the right places, but leaves the perfect amount of room in the front.
God, I hate that guy.
He looks so damn good in that shirt, he can basically do whatever the hell he wants around here. Jimson!
Yeah, boss?
You're a goddamn stud.
Thanks, boss.
True Classic is designed to enhance the male physique in all the right places. Right, Jimson?
That's right, boss. I have strong arms, but also a little bit of a gut. But you wouldn't know because I wear True Classic.
And if you're a skinny guy, True Classic fits tight around the arms and accentuates your biceps.
But how can Jimson afford premium t-shirts? He's the worst salesman here, and I don't even think he can read.
Damn it, Johnson, we all know Jimson can't read. But at least he knows that True Classic is completely affordable. And if you buy right now, you can get 20% off your first order.
I don't need to know how to read to know that over 200,000 people gave True Classic a 5 stars.
Good job, Jimson, that's right, 5 stars.
5 stars? Let me try one on.
My God, Johnson, I don't know how I never noticed before, but you're stunning.
I want a raise.
Consider it done. But wait a minute. Are those True Classic pants?
That's right. I just got them off the website, and get this. They even have activewear, polos, long-sleeve tees, fleeces, and even socks and underwear.
Incredible. Jimson, why can't you be more like Johnson?
Well, what should I do, boss?
Jimson, you sexy fool. Isn't it obvious? You need to go to the True Classic website and buy all those items right now. Click it.
Click it.
Click blank.
Click it. Click it now. Click it. Click the link.
On the convergence of media, entertainment, and
Almost as American as apple pie, the world's largest provider of internet access is merging with the world's largest media and entertainment company.
When media consolidation began to happen, the local broadcasters weren't able to compete. Well, guess who those local radio station owners were? It might have been a person of color, or it might have been a woman. This really just knocked people out of the game.
We've totally destroyed the localism of broadcasting purely to serve corporate interests. There's nothing in market economics that justifies it. It's pure crony capitalism at its worst.
In this high-tech digital age with high-definition television and digital radio, all we ever get is static. A veil of distortion and lies and misrepresentations and half-truths that obscure reality.
In times of war, the press loses all critical distance. Journalists see themselves as, first and foremost, patriots. The result is essentially the dissemination of propaganda.
In the world's media capital, on September 11th, 2001, the unthinkable happened.
We'll hear all of us soon.
The terrorist attack of September 11th, as tragic as it was almost like a godsend to the Bush administration because it gave them the raison d'etre that they were looking for to invade Iraq.
To link Saddam Hussein to 9/11, the Bush administration turned to the intelligence community.
You have to remember this is not an inductive process, it's deductive. You decide to go to war, and then you go find a justification, and this is exactly what happened. I mean, look, I ran Iraqi operations. We didn't have any information.
Concentrate fire on the designated target. Torpedoes, direct front.
Our team has taken the lead.
The ship is on fire.
Enemy destroyer sighted. We've destroyed an enemy cruiser.
With no evidence of Saddam Hussein's role in the attacks, defectors started emerging from Iraq with exclusives for U.S. news outlets.
There was an Iraqi by the name of Adnan Ihsan Said al-Haderi. He claimed to have evidence of, biological and nuclear and various kinds of weapons of mass destruction.
He also talked about various facilities being under Saddam's main palace. He talked about nuclear facilities being disguised as water wells. I mean, he was their best corroboration that Saddam was stockpiling weapons of mass destruction.
Saddam has resumed his efforts to acquire nuclear weapons. Among other sources, we've gotten this from first-hand testimony from defectors.
We know where they are. They're in the area around Tikrit and Baghdad and east, west, south, and north somewhat.
The success of their propaganda campaign would depend on one news outlet.
I watched this from the inside. They created a stage and brought journalists into the audience who dutifully took notes and reported it. They believed all the crap they were fed.
The New York Times is the intellectual and political opinion leader in the United States, sucking up to government in the most outrageous ways, constantly trying to placate the military intelligence complex.
There's a story in the New York Times this morning.
Read in the New York Times today.
And I want to attribute to the Times, and I want to talk about, obviously,
is closer to acquiring nuclear
We don't
weapons.
want the smoking gun to be a mushroom cloud.
The smoking gun that could come in the form of a mushroom cloud.
With the mainstream media convinced of the necessity for war, the administration took their case to the world stage.
The coup de grace and the most brilliant propaganda maneuver of all was Colin Powell's absolutely fraudulent presentation in front of the United Nations Security Council.
Let me share with you what we know from eyewitness accounts, hand descriptions of biological weapons factories on wheels and on rails. And Saddam Hussein has not...
Much of the fabricated information that was passed on by the quote-unquote defectors formed the basis for Colin Powell's accusations. He didn't have any hard evidence, but you should have seen the press fall all over themselves as soon as it was done, saying that this had been a definitive case for war.
There's irrefutable, undeniable, incontrovertible evidence today. Colin Powell brilliantly delivered that smoking gun today.
He just flooded the terrain with data.
He has closed the deal.
CNN, Fox, CBS, ABC, the giant echo chamber that creates public perception in the United States, were giving out the administration line.
Showdown Iraq. If America goes to war, turn to MSNBC.
If you looked at the television screens with these graphics and drum rolls and countdown to Baghdad and this kind of stuff, it was a raw and open celebration of American power.
This hour, American and coalition forces are in the early stages of military operations to disarm Iraq, to free its people, and to defend the world from grave danger.
After the fall of Saddam, al-Haderi, the INC's defector, finally had the chance to show the world the justification for war.
Mr. Hydri couldn't bring these guys to a single place that he claimed had housed the weapons of mass destruction programs. The media fell hook, line, and sinker for the administration's case for war. And in fact, certain publications appear to have been deliberately used and openly receptive of information that the Bush administration produced that was wrong, but that bolstered its case for war.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
King, John King. This is scripted.
Thank you, Mr. President. How would
You cannot go against the White House and survive. You're finished.
April. Did you have a question, or did I call upon you cold? Okay. I'm sure you do have a question.
The whole idea in Washington is to marginalize people who go against the consensus, and they do it very well. You don't get invited to the party.
For me to blame the reporters is to miss the point. You have to blame the owners. These are the people who are responsible for the conduct of the people who work for them.
Everybody get back in the wagon now.
It is my belief that wars really are started by the mainstream media. It is my belief that the press getting too close to big government, actually we are talking about a sort of interbreeding or intermeshing between the structures of the mainstream media and this structure of the military intelligence complex.
The impact is that we've got all of these innocent people in Iraq that have died. We've got thousands of American soldiers and British soldiers that have died. They died for a lie that was so easily uncovered, but it wasn't allowed in the biggest news outlets.
These private corporations are making profit off the killing. They push for more war. It builds their audiences.
Think there's something going on?
They limit the discussion about whether war should continue. They bring you the general versus the colonel, or the pro-war Republican versus the pro-war Democrat, and they have limited debates. When most people are outside of that spectrum, most people are against war.
The rapid consolidation of media across broadcast, also into film, book publishing, created a situation where instead of having the democratic media system that the founders anticipated, with thousands of different owners of small weekly newspapers, you no longer had Tom Paine, you had Rupert Murdoch.
Rupert, is there any agenda that you want to shape? For example, take the war. You having a global media enterprise, and have you faced that agenda at all in terms of how war is viewed? No, I don't think so. Well, you've got pride in what way? Well, we basically supported. I would say supported the good politics.
Newscorp and others have eaten out nearly every single independently managed newspaper in the United States. That is something that is quite dangerous, and putting its business interests and political interests over the top of all that.
In order to prevent media monopolies, the Federal Communications Commission is charged with regulating the media.
The most important job the FCC has is looking out for regular citizens and making sure that whatever media policy is made, that it's the best for the public and the best for democracy.
Colin Powell leads the drumbeat for war, and his son Michael Powell is attempting to lead the war against diversity of voices at home.
Once in office, Powell waged war against the last remaining rules on media ownership.
Here's this agency that very few people knew about, and they were trying to push through regulations that said, in a town, the
This thing is bacon
newspaper,
time?
radio, and
It's a bacon
television
day.
by
I think it's a bacon day.
someone like Rupert Murdoch.
I'd have to agree with
This
that
is
one.
what people feared the most, that all the content
You want more?
from TV, radio, and the newspaper coming out of one shop. A one-size-fits-all, one newsroom community.
There was almost no public scrutiny until Michael Powell called network coverage of the Iraq War thrilling.
There were these millions of people, and they hear that the FCC guy is calling the coverage thrilling while he's trying to obliterate the last remaining rules, and it just tapped into this anger that people were feeling about the war.
Despite millions of people protesting against the FCC, Michael Powell didn't get the message.
Even when people did say, hey, FCC, we're the public, we don't want you to do this, the FCC turned around and did exactly what those mega corporations wanted it to do in the first place.
With victory at hand, the media giants publicly expressed their gratitude.
And it was pretty stunning. The head of Viacom is Senator Redson. He repeatedly said, having a Republican in the White House is better for my company, and I vote Viacom. And for that reason, I endorse Bush's election.
These large conglomerate companies, they contribute to political campaigns. They expect to get something for their money, serving on their own and for their own purposes. The news they see
challenges the consensus. There's an inescapable conclusion that we must reach if we are to have a better society.
Well, if you're just waking up with us.
The only reliable, durable, and perpetual guarantor of independence.
Every aspect of our lives, from what we buy, what is sold to us, who produces it, all those things are connected. It's not only a monopoly of wealth, it's a monopoly of information as well.
In 2007, with the FCC reviewing its media ownership rules, the public came forward.
Millions of people wrote to Congress, wrote to the FCC, emailed, spoke out at forums. You have a forum of 1,000 people. This was unheard of, saying no. One media mogul can't own the radio, television, and newspaper in the city.
There was where the public had intervened and gummed something up.
Under new chairman Kevin Martin, the FCC announced public hearings on media ownership in cities across the U.S.
We are some of the most entertaining people on the planet, but we don't know what the hell is going on in the world because of
You're good. I love you.
We are concerned citizens. We're trying to believe that we matter. Don't make fools of us.
And I beg the FCC to help us.
You can switch from channel and see the same thing. It's very clear that this country has become prophets of the people.
Despite overwhelming public opinion against more consolidation, Kevin Martin sided with the media conglomerates and removed the cross-ownership ban.
What Kevin Martin did was demonstrate his absolute thoroughgoing contempt for doing his job and representing the public interest, embracing entirely the interests of wealthy corporate benefactors, period, pure and simple.
Reporting home.
I think the people that own the media would be much happier if we were a nation of mindless consumers rather than a nation of informed active citizens.
Goodness, you hear that noise? Oh, I love it.
commitment to network neutrality. Because once providers start
neutrality, it's non-discrimination, and it's a basic principle that politicians pay lip service to it, that if these same players like AT&T, Comcast, and Time Warner are able to take over the internet through lax public policy, that will lose even the internet.
Despite his election promises, President Obama has brought in new internet pricing rules, going against the principles of a free and open internet.
It is by making publishing cheap that permits many more people to become publishers, that permits many more different voices. That's where the internet has really excelled. WikiLeaks has published a lot of information about war, about militaries, how they behave, intelligence organizations. And that information often comes as a surprise to the public. It's because the public has been lied to.
Come on, fire!
We have moved the envelope for what is acceptable for people to publish.
The United States do something to stop Mr. Assange. We're looking at that right now. Mitch McConnell says he's a high-tech terrorist. Others say this is akin to the Pentagon Papers. Where do you come from? I would argue that it's closer to being a high-tech terrorist than the Pentagon Papers.
The greatest fight we have had in bringing the First Amendment to the world was in bringing the First Amendment to the United States.
This guy's a traitor, a treasonous, and he has broken every law of the United States. The guy ought
Will the internet remain free, or will few companies be able to control and monetize it? That's the debate of the era.
We have to stop, recognize that our media is in crisis, and ask ourselves, what is the media that we want?
We want more information, access to more information. We have few people who control the information.
You can't allow this country to go down for the count because some guys on Wall Street can't make money producing garbage news.
The media is that kind of issue where if we want it to be better, we have to fight for it.
These are the critical battles we face right now in the United States and frankly in countries around the world. How we respond to this moment will be every bit as definitional as how the founders responded to their moment.
This is really about having a conversation about what kind of decisions we want made in our name. That's really what will save us, is when we really know what's going on, not filtered through the lens or the microphone of a corporation.
Get some cinnamon this one. You know. Cinnamon? Cinnamon. Yeah. Got about to make soap. Cinnamon in the mix, cinnamon in the bread. One more time.
Defeating a criminal who tries to attack you is surprisingly simple. You just need to follow the Romanian Rambo's 2 golden rules of self-defense. If you're not familiar with Matei, known in combative circles as the Romanian Rambo, he's one of the most respected security experts in the world. He's best known for his work hunting down some of the most brutal criminals in the world and also hunting Somali pirates. Matei recently released a new book where he reveals his entire self-defense system for the first time. I paid a small fortune for it, but as a gift to my YouTube community, I'm going to give you the book for free. Click Claim Book to get your free copy and to learn self-defense from the Romanian Rambo. Okay, let's talk about Matei's 3 golden rules of self-defense. Rule number 1, always be sure to carry the ultimate self-defense weapon. The reality is that the better armed man is usually the one that wins the fight. In the movies, Bruce Lee can defeat 10 armed men with his bare hands. But in the real world, a weapon is your best chance to survive if a criminal or a group of criminals attacks you. But not all weapons are created equal, and most self-defense weapons do more harm than good. For example, many people believe that concealed carry firearms is all they need to protect themselves. But in Matei's book, you'll see why a firearm is actually not the best weapon in most situations. There's another weapon that's even better, and he shows you why in the book. This weapon is not a taser, a stun gun, pepper spray,
no.
self-defense weapon.
No.
Once Matei explains why he carries this weapon at all times, you'll instantly understand why you should too. Click Claim Book to get your free copy of the book mailed to your doorstep. The second golden rule of self-defense is to have one single go-to move that you train as your instinctual response to an attack. And Matei recommends that you use the same go-to self-defense move that he does, the shock strike. In his book, Matei will teach you that there are shock zones on the human body. When attacked with his recommended self-defense weapon, these shock zones can disable your attacker almost instantly. He describes them as off switches on the human body. If you touch these off switches with your weapon,
I'm making noise. Oh, goodness, buddy. Oh, that's where you're hiding. Good looking bacon. Pick a ball. Watch me make it, now you want to watch me eat it. Nope.
Of the courage to face COVID-19, preventing hospitalization and death while battling the biopharmaceutical complex. He's been very outspoken in recent years, and he has he's co-authored a new article. We're going to dig into it and all the implications of it. We might also get into this disease X thing, this thing that kills mice so effectively, that is, I believe, a coronavirus. And many other things. Who knows where we will go? We always cover a lot of territory, so let's get into it.
Our laws, as it pertains to substances, are draconian and bizarre. The psychopaths aren't this way. He was an alcoholic because of social media and pornography, PTSD, love addiction, fentanyl and heroin. Ridiculous. I'm a doctor, for Christ's sake. Where the hell do you think I learned that? I'm just saying, you go to treatment before you kill people. I am a clinician. I observe things about these chemicals. Let's just deal with what's real. We used to get these calls on Loveline all the time. Educate adolescents and to prevent and to treat. If you have trouble you can't stop and you want to help stop it, I can help. I got a lot to say. I got a lot more to say.
Are you one of the millions of American women and men dealing with premature hair thinning and hair loss? Or maybe you're scared about inheriting that thinning look because it runs in your family? Start 2024 with a real solution that delivers results without the harsh side effects or unwanted chemicals and no need for prescription. Previa uses a safe natural ingredient, Procapil, to effectively target the three main causes of premature hair thinning and hair loss. By supporting healthy scalp circulation, the delivery of nourishing nutrients, and healthy hair follicle anchoring to your scalp, Previa guarantees more hair on your head than in the shower or on your comb. Right now, new customers save over 50% plus free shipping Every introductory package includes a full 60-day supply of Provia serum for daily use, plus the Provia Super Concentrate for faster, more noticeable results. Don't wait. Order now to save an extra 10% and get free shipping at proviahair.com/Drew. That's PROVIAHAIR, proviahair.com/DREW. I think everyone knows the next medical crisis could be just around the corner, whether it comes in the form of another pandemic or something much more routine like a tick bite. You and your family need to be prepared. That's where the Wellness Company comes in. You know the Wellness Company. We have their physicians on, like Dr. McCullough, frequently. The Wellness Company and their doctors are medical professionals you can trust. And their new medical emergency kits are the gold standard when it comes to keeping you safe and healthy.
It's a safety net. It's an insurance policy
absolutely.
that you hope you're not going to
100%.
need, but if you need it, you sure as heck are going to wish you had it if you need it.
Be ready for anything. This medical emergency kit contains an assortment of life-saving medications, including ivermectin, Z-Pak. The medical emergency kit provides a guidebook to aid in the safe use of all these life-saving medications. From anthrax to tick bites to COVID-19, the Wellness Company's medical emergency kit is exactly what you need to have on hand to be prepared. Rest assured, knowing that you have emergency antibiotics, antivirals, and antiparasitics on hand to help you and your family stay safe from whatever life throws at you next. Go to drdrew.com/TWC. That is drdrew.com/TWC to get 10% off today. Just click on that link. And of course, Dr. McCullough is the Chief Scientific Officer for the Wellness Company, where I serve as a board member as well. And it's been a privilege to be part of it. It's been very interesting. And we're trying to come up with strategies for empowering patients to help you, help yourself and your family, freedom to do so with things like that emergency kit, which Dr. McCullough and I will talk about, because there's some things maybe coming along our way. And you want to be ready for it. As I said, Dr. McCullough has published widely. He was an editor of major journal. He has written the book, The Courage to Face, or co-author, The Courage to Face COVID-19, Preventing Hospitalization and Death While Battling the Biopharmaceutical Complex. You can follow Dr. McCullough at Peter McCullough, MC, CULLOUGHMD.com, PeterMcCulloughMD.com. Twitter is McCulloughMD. And website is, as I said. So please welcome Dr. Peter McCullough.
Thank you.
New York. So, I don't even know where to start. Let's start with the new article. Well, do me a favor. Would you do me a favor, before we do that, would you run through your pedigree on the journals you published in and what you used to edit?
Yeah, I was a former editor-in-chief of Reviews in Cardiovascular Medicine for nearly 2 decades. And then my research focus was the heart and kidneys. So I was the second editor of the journal Cardiorenal Medicine after Dr. James Sowers at University of Missouri. And I authored a textbook chapter in Braunwald's textbook of cardiology, considered the Bible of cardiology, for over 20 years. And I'm coming up on 700 peer-reviewed papers and listings in the National Library of Medicine. The average professor of medicine would have about 25 or so. So I've been very productive. And, part of academic medicine is to contribute back to the field, and through teaching, lecturing, programs like this, but also in the peer-reviewed publication space, which is probably the most rigorous of all the things that we do.
And yet it seems like, I guess we've had this conversation over the years, but that whole space has become adulterated. It's hard to believe what's happened to our profession. It's been the weirdest, oddest experience in 2019. Let's just get your thoughts before we dig into your more recent article.
What a lot of people don't realize is that publications, the vast majority of peer-reviewed publications, come from physicians at major academic centers and medical schools. Those centers have publication policies and approval processes. So once we got into the pandemic and there were new rules that were followed for the pandemic, particularly the vaccines, if someone in medical school, for instance, had a paper questioning the safety of the vaccines, it would never get approved for that to go to the publication. So what we've seen is a heavily biased literature analyses and conclusions where, in general, the author sprinkles this in several times, saying that the benefits of vaccination outweigh the risks, and then they go on to describe a problem. So we have a very biased literature not giving us really a fair balance on this issue.
Yeah, it feels like I didn't realize there was that layer. I thought it was editorial choices made by the major journals, which also seem to go only one direction. I get it. If you're someone who's read the literature 40 years like I have, you're used to the back and forth of positive and negative results and sort of a consensus develops. You can kind of see where it's going. It's never one way. It's just one thing. It's just never that way.
No, it's not. And if you were to pick up New England Journal of Medicine, JAMA or Lancet, there's not a single paper that really questions the vaccines. You're right. It's one way. But if you picked statins, or you picked the back surgery, or antidepressants, you'd get some sense of balance. I did a Twitter poll, Dr. Drew. You'd be proud of me. I asked a question: would you trust a manuscript that came from vaccinated authors at an institution that mandated the vaccines on the workers and potentially, the patients and others? Would you trust that, or would you be suspicious of bias? And the answer was 98-2. People are suspicious that these papers now are not trustworthy because how in the world could a doctor who took the vaccines, advised their patients to take it, had their families take it, their institutions mandated, suddenly reverse course and say, wait a minute, there's a question here?
Well, it's the mandate part that creates the liability, it seems to me. I mean, as someone who used the vaccine, recommended, worked with my patients on it, I would have in fact, I have changed course. The further boosting, I'm saying no. And, it's just part of the evolution there. Where I was working on something the other day where I was thinking to myself, wow, we have changed how we manage these problems. I can't think of what it is now, but the changes that happen relatively rapidly as information comes in, both clinically and through the medical literature. But clinical judgment has been expunged from the equation, which is the most horrific idea ever. Usually the medical literature follows physician experience. Usually we kind of know what's going on, and then, and if we have a sense of what's going on, we look to the literature to confirm it or refute it. And if it categorically refutes it, of course we will change our opinion. But if it just seems to go the wrong direction as compared with our clinical experience, we just keep watching. We don't necessarily change what we're doing because, that's gone now. The electronic medical record and the centralization of authority in medicine, there's overlords telling you what to do. Clinical judgment, I wonder how people are going to develop clinical judgment.
There's certainly great concern that, in medicine is both an art and a science. And with the pandemic, the rapidly emerging threat and information. Initially, it was really all about the art, who had the best feel of things, because the data followed. I'm the only public figure who questioned the vaccines before they came out in writing. I published an op-ed in The Hill. Scott Atlas and I were asked to write op-eds in The Hill the first year. And I wrote an op-ed in August of 2020, and the title of it was The Great Gamble of the COVID-19 Vaccine Development Program. And when you look back and say, listen, who else actually really questioned that? I have that as a marker, and I question it because the vaccines were new genetic technology. We didn't know really what they were going to do in the body, and they were coding for the dangerous part of the virus, the SARS-CoV-2 spike protein.
Right. That's the part that bugs me. So let me just, again, back to clinical experience. I've been using the RSV vaccine on my elderly patients where RSV confers significant risks. So it's worth the risk of the platform, in my humble opinion. You can, of course, each physician can make their own decision like that because there should be no mandates. There should be a decision between a patient and a doctor. But in my case, I've been recommending the RSV vaccine. I have seen 0 side effects from that particular vaccine. I cannot say that about the mRNA vaccine that's producing the spike protein. I really think this spike protein is a profound problem. And so let's kind of break down the history. So we know that this platform of the mRNA directed at the spike protein was ready to hand. For some reason, they had a ready to hand spike protein directed mRNA platform that was really ready to go, that they refined and put out to market. Okay, it was an emergency. I get it. You know, how they knew that particular spike protein was going to be an issue, I've just got questions, but okay. You know, somebody was doing something with gain of function clearly, but okay. Then now we roll it out, and it was, I think, helpful at the beginning. And now we're way down the line here. And what's clear is the spike is the problem. The spike is pathogenic. There are better immune responses to other proteins that virus presents, like the nucleocapsid protein, where if you get a vaccine against the nucleocapsid, and by the way, natural immunity, high levels of nucleocapsid protein is associated with more rigorous immunity sustained over time. Why are we continuing to demand that people go and use the spike protein brand and not looking at other things like Covaxin or whole virus vaccines if we really want to get into other things? Why this one platform, uber alles?
Yeah, there was a paper published in British Medical Journal by Lalani, and the first author. And what I try to do on interviews, if you notice, I will try to anchor it with the first author, and I found that to be very useful. Yeah, I just testified in Congress on Friday, and I mentioned that.
I saw that. Congratulations.
I mentioned that to the panel, and I said, I bet Anthony Fauci didn't cite a single paper. And they just looked at me and shook their heads. No, he could not cite a single source of evidence. But Lalani published that messenger RNA research started in 1985 in the United States. The United States government has poured billions of dollars in this. So have other Western countries. It's really been a darling in the biotech space for a very long time. There's a paper by Lee and colleagues summarizing over 9,000 patents on messenger RNA. The big patent holders, most of the individuals are in Europe, and they work for these big companies like Sanofi and CureVac, BioNTech. Actually, the fourth biggest patent holder is the U.S. government. So in 2012, our DARPA program, today, it says we will end pandemics in 60 days using messenger RNA vaccine. So I can tell you that the idea didn't start with Operation Warp Speed. It started a long time because governments have had a love affair with this. The idea of having a genetic code that the body could take and then produce really any protein that one wanted to make is very attractive from a biotech perspective.
Yeah, and I understand why they initially had the spike protein ready to hand, but why they can't switch direction and look at whole virus or nucleocapsid or other things. It's very concerning, especially when, you know, we are increasingly clear that the spike is the source of so much of the pathology, both in the brain and in the heart and in the vascular system. And in the ovaries. There's more and more stuff coming in. So you've co-authored an article recently. Tell me about what you discovered.
Yeah, I assisted Anthony Karagokoulos, who is a physician in Greece, became aware of a case of a man who it was in a kind of lower socioeconomic status, had limited healthcare access, but he did take a COVID-19 vaccine, and within 4 days developed facial pain, and the synopsis of the case is he developed a basaloid tumor that was invasive in both the facial and trigeminal nerves. He originally had a Bell's palsy, but it was very aggressive tumor. It went right into his face, his maxillary area.
So I want to slow down and really be careful with our terms. You say there's a picture of the poor gentleman with his presentation. Also, would you put the scan up too, Caleb? Because that's what that scan was of the tumor itself hitting into the sensory and motor nerve of the face, the fifth and seventh, the cranial nerves.
Right.
There we go.
Is that this
and those articles are, yes, and the arrows are pointing towards the tumor there. I don't know if people are used to reading that, but we can see that's a pretty large tumor for that area, especially days after a presentation with paralysis. So basaloid, that's the first question I want to sort of define. Is it basaloid in the sense that it looks like its source is the basal layer of the skin, but that it's so anaplastic, it's so aggressive that you can't really identify it as a basal cell tumor?
Well, in this case, that question was asked on the histopathology. It's not connected to the basal layer of the skin. And in this region, a likely source of this was actually the salivary gland.
So basaloid, I'm not used to that term. It just happens to look like a basal cell? Go ahead.
Yeah. So it has features of this, but it's been described. Listen, it can come out of salivary glands. It can come just out of the subcutis, the layer of tissue deep beneath the skin. It's it's come out of adnexal tumors in the pelvic region. So it's a cell type.
Okay.
But the point is, 4 days after the shot, he starts to have symptoms.
It's odd, right? And it makes you like any of these symptoms, it makes you go, I wonder, right? And it's interesting to me, though, that I've seen a marked uptick in cranial nerve palsy, in particularly facial nerve, in Bell's palsy, and myself, and I mean, and how can you miss it? I mean, Justin Bieber had it, and he blamed it on Ramsey Hunt without a rash. No rash from zoster, from shingles. And the doctor just said, oh, it must be Ramsey Hunt. It's like, wait a minute. When that happened, I was like, wait a minute. I've seen so much Bell's palsy lately. Why aren't we?
Wait, didn't his wife get it too?
No, she had a patent foramen ovale and had a stroke, tiny little stroke. It's a very different thing. I mean, whether there's some coagulation issue there and why it showed up when it did, I don't know. But patent foramen ovale is a different thing. But he had clearly just a Bell's palsy that was painful. That's all, which is not uncommon for Bell's palsy to be painful, not in my experience. So it's just, isn't it interesting that area is sort of in the mix here? Did you make anything of that?
Yeah, well, no, I agree. Let's just, for our listeners, distinguish Ramsey Hunt from Bell's palsy. So Bell's palsy is the seventh of the facial nerve, but it's away from the ear. And so it paralyzes the face. As you can see in this picture of this man, you lose the crinkles of the forehead.
Justin Bieber in this case.
Now Ramsey Hunt has a telltale rash actually in the ear, and it's actually the rash of the reactivation of varicella zoster. Ramsey Hunt has pain in the ear, and about 50% of the time, it actually involves the auditory nerve as well. So it's not just the seventh nerve; it's actually the nerve that is hearing. So there's a problem with hearing and pain. And so the interesting thing with Ramsey Hunt, though, is when it spontaneously occurs in older people, who have not taken the chickenpox vaccine, about 90% resolve with treatment. And we, use just a simple combination of drugs. So Ramsey Hunt ought to resolve, and about 10% are permanent. Bieber's now, I think, 2 years into not touring, and I presume his face is not back. Ramsey Hunt has been described after COVID-19 vaccination, but as you point out, Bell's palsy far more common as a facial nerve abnormality.
And no rash. One of his interviews, he went, oh, they didn't see a rash, but they still say, look, I'm going to tell you for sure, I deal with a lot of Bell's palsy, and it's very common for it to be painful, particularly at the outset. It's just very common. I don't know why, but it's a common thing. And I've seen other things ringing in the ear and stuff like that. Remember, the seventh nerve goes through there. And so, they call it Ramsey Hunt. Anyway, but the point is, that is one of the things that has been, for sure, has been associated with the vaccine. Now, the other thing I want to define thoroughly is this term that's flying around. By the way, there's a lot of craziness out there these days. I mean, people are going berserko on all sides. So I want to make sure we are really careful in defining our terms and what we're talking about. This term turbo cancer, which is a term that has shown up lately. What do you imagine people mean when they talk about turbo cancer?
I think people are thinking of rapidly progressive cancer or a reactivation of a cancer that was in remission.
Okay. So it's a made-up term. I wondered if they were talking about the fact that people seem to be, and I've not seen this documented, that oncologists were I'd heard them saying that young people in particular, by young we're talking about under 60, when they presented to the oncologist, they tended to have more advanced disease. In other words, stage 3, stage 4, as opposed to earlier, okay? And so the speculation was a more aggressive tumor, which is why they were showing up with more advanced disease. That still needs to be documented if that's true, right? There's sort of hints of it here and there, but it's not been well documented. And my fear is they're not looking into it because they're fearful of what they're going to find. Or is it? What do you think? Yeah.
And to be fair, there's this idea of detection bias too. So, through the pandemic, people got behind on mammograms and colonoscopies and things of this nature. And remember, these are things that are not done with an intense frequency. So someone, literally could just be 2 years off on a colonoscopy and then be behind on a colon cancer. I saw a patient today who had colon cancer.
Absolutely.
So that's part of it. The point of this case, though, and I wanted to emphasize this, is that he started to have symptoms within 4 days. Now, I can tell you, any mechanism of cancer, it just doesn't happen in 4 days. So what we were almost certainly dealing with is that the cancer was there already, maybe arising from the parotid gland. And the vaccine and the inflammation associated with the vaccine and its predilection for the facial nerve area, trigeminal nerve, it made it allowed detection of the cancer, and then all the eyes were on it. Do you see what I mean?
So there's incredible. Yes.
There's a detection bias. There's a paper actually from my former medical center here in Dallas. The same thing is true for breast cancer. So women would get an injection in the arm. There can be some discomfort, swollen lymph nodes. Then there would be a concern potentially. And then there's a drive to investigate breast cancer. And so if it is there, it's more likely to be detected. So part of this is actually what we call detection bias.
Which is not a bad thing. That's okay. Well, I'll take it, right? I mean, the problem is, though, and I think the question you're bringing up is whether or not the immunological shifts associated with vaccination are somehow allowing this to grow more rapidly. Is that one of the questions you're asking?
Right. So there's a paper just is fully peer-reviewed now, published. The first author is Anguis. The second author is Bastillo. And there, the title of the paper is The Multi-Hit Hypothesis of Oncogenesis After COVID-19 Vaccination. It's a hypothesis. But 1984, Sutherland and Baylor published the multi-hit hypothesis of cancer, saying, listen, if something causes cancer, it's not going to be by just one mechanism. It's usually multiple mechanisms. And how this lays out for the vaccines, particularly the messenger RNA vaccines, the Chinese have shown that the messenger RNA may impair DNA repair within the cell. And that's a way we can defend against cancer. A paper from the University of Pittsburgh by Singh and Singh demonstrated that using modeling, that the S2 segment of the spike protein, which one does get with the vaccine and does not get with the infection, the S2 segment would likely impair the P53 and BRCA or BRCA tumor suppressor system. So we have some natural tumor suppressor systems. The S2 segment may put a drag on those systems. And if there's already a loss of function mutation in one of those systems, one could be at risk for cancer progression. Remember, a BRCA mutation is actually a relative loss of function of the BRCA tumor surveillance system. That's for women, breast and reproductive cancers. The third and final mechanism is what Dr. Joe Ladapo, Surgeon General of Florida, has brought up, is what's called DNA process-related impurities in both Pfizer and Moderna. It has not been shown in Janssen or the other vaccines. And what I mean by that is E. coli is used with a genetic code in a circular piece of DNA called a plasmid, and the E. coli multiply rapidly, so that plasmid has the code for Pfizer Moderna, but it also has an antibiotic resistance code, a gene in there, and then something called SV40 or simian virus 40, which has a promoter, an enhancer, and what's called an origin of insertion. SV40 fragments are for sure been identified in Pfizer and Moderna. These are known activators of proto-oncogenes. And what Ladapo pointed out to the CDC and FDA is said, listen, unlike messenger RNA, DNA actually gets into cells very readily. Naked DNA does.
Yeah.
And if these are taken up, if someone has a proto-oncogene, it's theoretically possible that through this mechanism, we could have the initiation of cancer.
So I've got a bunch of things I want to get to before we go to break, but one is, what was the name of that biologist from South Carolina who brought this up, was one of the first to sort of present it to his state legislature, and he was doing research on it, and then he just disappeared. It was really odd to me. He just was raising the question. He was like, this is not, I've detected it. It's not good. There's all sorts of concerns. Do you know what happened to him?
No, he's been pretty quiet. He testifies. Dr. Buckhalter, he testified in the
Buckhalter,
Carolina
yeah.
Senate. But remember, David Spiegler from Canada has found it, Kevin McKernan, molecular biologist, and a Dr., I believe, Koenig in Germany. So we have 4 separate labs. Now there are tolerances. By the way, the FDA has guidance on this. There's tolerances in terms of the quantity of these DNA fragments and the size of the fragments. And some of the samples exceed these arbitrary tolerances. And then in the Spiegler paper, it's the ratio of these fragments to the messenger RNA dose that's related to adverse events. And that's the real concerning thing here, is that, at least one study shows it's related to safety. And when Ladapo wrote the FDA, he said, listen, I want to hear your response. The FDA didn't volunteer to do an inspection, to look into it. They basically brushed him off. And that's when he said, that's enough. That's the straw that broke the camel's back. I'm going to call for them to be removed.
And Joe is somebody I know. He's a very bright man, an excellent doctor. He's just raising questions. We all just want to get it right. That we may have differing ideas. We may have stronger opinions on one side of this or another. We're all trying to get this right. That's all, trying to get it right. And in order to do so, you must ask questions. That's the way it works. And this has all been such an astonishing experience. Okay, so I want to just swing back around before the break here. And Dr. Ladapo is going to be on the show on January 31st. He'll be back in a couple weeks, or less than a couple weeks. The DNA repair mechanisms. Caleb, I'm going to ask you something terribly unfair, and you may not be able to deliver on this, but there are a ton of videos out there on DNA repair, just the mechanism of DNA repair, little cartoons about how it works. Your DNA replicates, it produces proteins, but it also replicates. That's how cells divide. And when it replicates, it makes mistakes. It's spectacularly complicated replicating DNA. And they have a whole set of machinery that run by and do the repairs. You can have deficiencies in those systems. BRCA is one of those. I think most people have heard of BRCA1 and BRCA2 of breast cancer. I have something called Lynch syndrome, Dr. McCullough, and there are 6 different types of Lynch, if I remember right. And Lynch is a genetic, my sons have it. It puts me at risk for colon cancers or GI cancers and prostate cancer, which I have. And if you add something else to make that DNA repair mechanism less efficient, or another hit of the DNA repair mechanism, I'm in big trouble. So these are not simple concerns. These are legitimate questions and Lynch is not that uncommon, nor is BRCA that uncommon, nor are 30 other of the more common DNA repair abnormalities and another couple hundred unusual ones. These are common things in the human biology. And so if we impair that further, it's just a terrible thing to even have to think about, and yet no one will ask the questions about it except you.
Well, it was probably about a year or two ago. There was a wonderful image demonstrating the spike protein. Now, remember, we get the spike protein from the infection as well as the vaccine. It was basically, inside cells. A lot of people don't realize this. Most of the spike protein is inside cells, and it's attached to red blood cells. But it was inside cells, basically right on the nucleus. So if the University of Pittsburgh paper is right, these DNA repair mechanisms, could be impaired by spike protein, almost certainly by the messenger RNA. But products like messenger RNA, Pfizer and Moderna, they fall under the genetic transfer technology regulatory guidance by the FDA. And I mentioned this at my congressional testimony. This calls for a 5-year window of safety observation and concern. People have asked me, like, is it over with? They took the shots. I said, no, for genetic products, it's not over with. We've got about a 5-year window. We need to be alert.
Yeah. And again, the thing we're all sort of questioning now is I'm perfectly comfortable with the idea that there was an emergency. They did what they could. It interrupted things. It had some utility for elderly patients for sure, maybe some risk, but in my opinion, worth the risk. But what are we doing now? What are we doing now pushing these things further? And particularly to children and pregnant women. And there have been some data recently that Steve Kirsch was pushing out that was very disturbing. I don't know if it's accurate or not, but I can't rely on the medical literature anymore because it's so adulterated and it's very hard to know where to go to get good information. So we're going to take a break and we're going to talk about that. Look, here's the DNA.
I don't know if this is what you're talking about. I'm trying. This might show what you're looking for.
DNA repair.
It's a DNA damage
DNA is going to
response.
The DNA damage is a little different.
That's different.
The DNA has to. That's different.
Maybe
that's a
it's
damage.
about to show
But it's
that's
the same.
damage.
It's the same system that comes as damage, right? But
Guys,
it's the
I'm not
same
a
system
doctor.
that comes along and repairs it. No, but Caleb, you're nearly there. It's the same system that comes along and repairs it. So it's just that it happens naturally in the course of it.
Wait, the animation now it's showing something repairing. Maybe is this? Wait, is
Yeah,
this
it's the same system. Yeah, there it is, and it's the
in a
same
way-
kind of system that's part.
There we go.
And
Got
so,
it.
yeah, this is a little different. This is gonna make a
It's gonna
case for a
confuse
cancer
people more.
drug, frankly.
Oops.
Yeah, but it's all the same idea. All right, let's take a little break. When we come back, we're going to talk about where we get good information. I want to hear more of your thoughts about the DNA contamination, concerns about that, and then Caleb's going to find us a good video. Be right back after this. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make a resolution that's easy to keep and delivers immediately on it.
As being critics or dissidents or what have you. But, from the very beginning, you and I both have been trying to provide solutions, and solutions by improved knowledge. I published the first multi-drug treatment protocol, which, incorporated the Operation Warp Speed drugs as they came along, including Paxlovid, Molnupiravir, the monoclonal antibodies. But I was trying to bring people an approach on how to treat COVID. The same thing is detoxification after the vaccines. That's basically a proposal, all published in the peer-reviewed literature. Wellness Company has kits now. They have a medical kit. It's an aqua blue color. It's a very broad and diverse medical kit. Can handle everything from a urinary tract infection, a fungal infection, a bronchitis, things that will come up with a guide. If there's any questions, people can, via telemedicine, get their questions answered and get on the right track. But it's basically an at-home formulary.
Yep.
For the first time, people, instead of being held captive by an urgent care or by a doctor's office or an ER, they can actually do this themselves at home.
Right. You can get these right now, not have to worry about reaching a doctor or spending a fortune at an urgent care. And as you have now found out during a crisis, things can shut down. It can become very difficult, which is why you want to have things ready to hand. And we are going to have more available through TWC too. We've got a lot of interesting things underway that I think are going to be fantastic in terms of empowering patients to do what they need to do. It's relatively people. These things have been around a long time now, so it's simple. People understand these things. They understand how they work. And with a guidebook and backup of telehealth, you can really do a lot on your own without having to interact with an expensive system. You really don't. It's just that's my 2 cents. So
go to drdrew.com/TWC and check out everything they have. See what jumps out at you.
Oh, it's odd to me that, by the way, Peter, people go, oh, it's a supplement company. It's like, no. Yes, they have excellent supplements. And by the way, Susan and I take several of them. But no, this is going to be, this is the process of something so much more for patients.
It's true. You know, they have One Wellness, which is unlimited telemedicine and supplements. Some, patients who have limited insurance or just have that, catastrophic version of insurance, and they have diabetes, hypertension, they just need to, glucose monitoring, drug changes, things of this nature. It's very affordable and can provide a great backstop. I think it's almost essential for people without healthcare insurance in the United States. A lot of self-employed contractors and others are still in this. They fall in that gap. One Wellness or just membership in the wellness company, getting that access to doctors is key. They also have a great medical education. The nutraceuticals and supplements will have actually the first brick and mortar clinic, a dental division. It's really an alternative healthcare approach that people can, have as a supplemental. Some use it, mainline. The company's done a great job. It's been around for about a year and a half and steadily growing.
Yeah, I'm delighted. Been delighted to be a part of it. And if the supplement world is kind of interesting. If those of you who watched yesterday, we talked to a neurologist he was a geneticist and did a lot of work in Alzheimer's, and he was was he a cardiologist? I forget what his underlying training was, but he was talking about lithium orotate for protection. Some of his Alzheimer's research suggested that lithium orotate may protect against a bunch of influences on particularly the hippocampus. So Susan and I started that today, and I want to get the wellness company into that. So
Thank
that's
God
how these
for
things
Amazon.com,
happen. That's how these things happen. So let's go back to where to find literature that we can trust. Where do professionals go even? Let's start with that. Forget the average person who must be just terribly confused. How do professionals navigate the literature these days?
Well, we have the National Library of Medicine PubMed, PUBMED. So that is the historical search engine for basically everything from the beginning of peer-reviewed publications. It goes back a considerable distance. So if you typed in any subject and you typed in review, it would bring in basically a summary paper on a disease topic. So for instance, in preparing for this interview, I reviewed Ramsay Hunt and Bell's palsy. I assumed you were going to ask me. I reviewed the source of basaloid tumors. That's all through PubMed. Professionals can do that. There's other sources out there, Cleveland Clinic, Mayo Clinic. They try to provide resources. There is UpToDate. That's another commonly used resource by physicians.
UpToDate to me feels like it's just collated materials from what's the major journals are publishing. But Mayo, I agree. Mayo is an excellent source for people. And then let's talk about, and some of the other PubMed, of course, these other things you mentioned, but in terms of institutions, you can't go wrong with Mayo. Talk about the DNA contamination. What are your concerns about that? We sort of laid out what the biology is and what the issues are in terms of regulatory tolerance. What do you worry about with this?
My single greatest concern is that the US FDA and the manufacturers will not do inspections or issue independent inspections. Tylenol gets inspected, consumer products, foods that we eat get inspected. We're 3 years into the vaccine campaign, and we don't see inspections for things regarding concerns. And the concerns are the quantity of messenger RNA per vial, because we know the safety events vary according to batch. And now these DNA process-related impurities. I did see inspections by the FDA in 2022. I did see them. They came through a Freedom of Information Act. And for instance, Moderna, by the way, the companies don't make their own vaccines. They subcontract this out. So for Moderna, it was Catalent. The company Catalent does the final fill and finish. There was an FDA inspection, but it was only for visible impurities. They literally just looked at the vials and told Moderna, we see precipitate in the bottom of the vials. There was nothing complex about these inspections. There's enough concern that our FDA should issue broad inspections. They are returning many, many vials because people aren't using them. So there's plenty of vaccine available to study to see if there's a quality assurance problem.
Well, I remember talking to, was it Sasha Latipova Caleb, help me out. I think that she was one that raised questions about the way the manufacturing was done in terms of the batch size and whatnot. And then we had I believe she was Danish physician that ran that article that showed that early in the pandemic, early in the vaccine distribution, 90% of the adverse events were accounted for on the basis of 10% of the vials on a small batch of vials. And it took her 2 years to get that published. They wouldn't publish it. That's insanity. And so now this is sort of the next layer of that, whereas they refused to do the review of the process that they are charged with. I just put up a quick survey against Steve Kirsch was all over me yesterday. Please put this survey up. So I did it. And when I say asking for a friend, I was quite serious about that. It was for Steve Kirsch. And I got 63,000 responses. It was a simple question. It didn't parse out what kind of reactions people got. It was, did someone, you or someone in your household, have an injury from the COVID vaccine? Yes or no? And the third category was no one took it. And Peter, I'm sure you can see this. So that 22% seems a little high to me in terms of vaccine resistance. But 17% of 60,000 people had something they called an adverse reaction or an injury from the vaccine. And it's odd to me. It's really interesting. And many of us had vaccine injuries and don't even think about it. I had a vaccine injury and I had a terrible reaction to the vaccine with a sudden, a raccoon eye developing and all kinds of things. And I never put myself, there's my eye. I never put myself in the vaccine injured category because it just passed and I was okay in the long run. But it's true, I was vaccine injured. And when you ask the question, you get 17%. That means around 20,000 people in that simple sample had something they considered to be a vaccine injury. If it had been 1% in days of yore, meaning prior to 2019, that would have had a vaccine pulled or at least examined very carefully. And instead, when I got a lot of Twitter, there were a lot of people reporting horrible things, which was sad to see. And then the other side was people saying somebody adulterated this survey. It's not that high. But 1%, would you agree? Even 1% 5 years ago would have been enough to get a vaccine, at least pulled temporarily.
Right. I mean, American College of Cardiology, for instance, different topic, but considers low, moderate, and high, let's say for side effects with a surgery. Low is less than 1%, moderate is 1 to 5%, and high is more than 5%. But, high risk for a complication is more than 5%. Let's just take that as a working axiom. We know that the CDC vSafe data, which was the cell phone application that people voluntarily could do to tell them, reminds them to take a vaccine and they report their side effects, 7.7% of people in the vSafe system, over 10 million Americans, got so sick with the vaccines, they went to urgent care, the ER, or were hospitalized. 7.7%. The Danish paper you cited by Schmeling and colleagues, the number was about 4.2% of vials was accounting for the side effects. And then the NeuroCovax study from Italy, 17,000 people, it's about 30% that had some neurologic side effect. There was a Zogby survey in the summer of 2022. They settled at about 15% were reporting some problem. So let's take it at face value. It could be, serious things in 5%, maybe as much as 15% with side effects. I mean, this is a very toxic vaccine. This is one that people are going to remember for a long time.
And so the pushback I'm hearing is, well, COVID would have worse data, okay, which may or may not be true. There is a third category, which is COVID plus vaccine, maybe the culprit even, I don't even know. How do we sort these three categories out? I'm asking for it for 2 years, and no one has done anything, certainly not prospective, but I can't see anything that really sorts that out. Could it be is the COVID really answers the question? There's lots of anecdotal stuff and people have opinions about it, but I've not seen one solid study that really teases these three categories out.
Well, there's 3 early papers, Raw, Kramer, Mathidius. They all showed that if one had COVID first, then they took the vaccine, the side effects were much higher. So that was known very early on. In fact, when those papers came in, I said, boy, it is really going to be ill-advised to tell somebody who recovered from COVID to go ahead and take a vaccine. So in 2020,
what was that published in? I'm sorry, Peter. I got to pull that article. What were the names again? And Caleb, maybe pull it.
Three authors, separate papers. Raw, R-A-W. The next one, I believe, is Crammer, C-A-R-A-M-M-E-R. And the last one is Mathodius, M-A-T-H-O-U.
We'll find that.
Yeah, you can find them actually on America Out Loud News. I summarized those early on. So those were key papers. So the question is, in 2020, who got COVID? Now, I know I did. And there's a paper by Daniels and colleagues, very important paper. It was from the NCAA Big Ten Athletic League. And, they were actually looking for myocarditis in 2020, looking for it. And so any athlete who got COVID, they did multiple blood tests and EKGs and cardiac MRIs, thousands and thousands of individuals. Now, they came up with about 36 putative cases with some abnormalities, nothing adjudicated, no hospitalizations, no deaths. So we knew from that paper that community COVID was not causing significant myocarditis. But in that paper, the answer was 30% of the athletes and the students got COVID in 2020 when you actually look for it. So I got to tell you, a significant number of young people already had COVID in 2020 before the vaccines. Then the vaccines roll out, and the papers predicted, wait a minute, if you already had it and you start taking the vaccine anyway, you're going to have more complications. So we have that as a baseline. And then a paper from Germany appeared this year, Dijkstra and colleagues, the first author, 48,000 Germans, and it's looking at long COVID. The conclusion was if you had taken a vaccine, long COVID is way worse, not better, way worse. The people who end up the best are those who never took the vaccine and their first episode of COVID is Omicron.
Oh, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense to me, because the durability of immunity to the actual virus and the multiple antibody responses to the various proteins that the virus presents clearly have an advantage, clearly last longer, clearly are more durable in most cases, not in all cases, but in most cases. That's very interesting. Gosh, there was something else ringing in my head that because my hippocampus has been shrunk by COVID and the vaccine, I can't remember what I was going to say.
Maybe it's that new supplement.
Shoot.
But let me just add to that the natural immunity was so impressive. There's a paper by Chin and colleagues, New England Journal of Medicine, October 2022. U.S. prison system. This is a great study. 59,000 prisoners, 17,000 staff. Once somebody had been through the Delta or Omicron variant, and they got another infection later on with another Omicron, zero risk of hospitalization and death. Zero.
Right. I've seen data like that. Yep. I've seen data like that.
So here's
that keeps
the point.
coming around.
Right. So the point is, prisoners are highly motivated to be hospitalized. They want to break from prison. I know this. I've taken care of prisoners before. And they just couldn't get sick seriously a second time. So when people call me with COVID, and I do have patients with COVID, the first question I ask them is, have you had a well-documented case before? That's the most important question now in risk stratification.
It just makes you shake your head. And yet the continued extreme pressure for babies and children and young adults and pregnant women, it's just, I get it for the older population that, again, it's a risk reward that's a totally different diathesis than a 22-year-old male. But the continued push, what happened at the CDC? Is it just that the people in the higher positions of authority really aren't great clinicians? They're just bureaucrats who are just political appointees pushing agendas, or I don't get it. It's mystifying to me.
One theory is, unfortunately, it's a sociological theory, but that widespread corruption is set in. Rand Paul sent a letter to Rochelle Lewinsky, who was in charge of the CDC at the time, that Pfizer and Moderna had an installed marketing unit in the vaccine center, Weber Shandwick. So I was always wondering, why does the CDC push messenger RNA as opposed to adenoviral DNA or the antigen Novavax?
That, I still wonder that.
Right. So the marketing, he said, listen, you can't do that. It turns out CDC was paying Weber Shandwick about $50 million for their marketing efforts. So you have that going on. Robert Califf, who's the commissioner of the FDA, somebody who I know personally for a long time in cardiology, he's out there actually promoting vaccines. Now, we can't have an FDA commissioner promote vaccines. The FDA has to be unbiased. They have to be a watchdog on safety. Now, he's out there tweeting, promoting the vaccines. The FDA cannot be an extension now of the pharmaceutical industry. We've lost our regulatory compass here.
I know what I was going to comment on. You were talking about long COVID not being reduced by vaccination. There was a good study out recently that shows the same thing from Paxlovid, that it does not increase or decrease the potential for long COVID, and that fits my clinical experience. It can sometimes really rapidly resolve the acute infection. There is rebound, period. It's well documented in some cases, and there is no reduction in long COVID. So it's an interesting medication that way. I don't think we have anything like that for molnupiravir. So Peter, what happened to white lung? What got? Oh my God! White lung. White lung was coming. There's gonna be. Oh wait a minute! It's monkeypox. No wait a minute! It's disease X. Oh, they keep trying to throw. They are just addicted to hysteria. Is really what it is. They are absolutely addicted to hysteria. I don't know why. It must feel good to people to be hysterical. Don't worry, you can get hysterical about politicians and other things. There's plenty to be hysterical about, everybody. You don't have to come into our domain. I guess it's time to talk a little more about disease X. What do you understand about what was going on there, where that came from, what the risks that poses us?
Vaccine developers have been talking about disease X for years. Peter Daszak at the EcoHealth Alliance, who had a hand actually in the Wuhan Institute of Virology and with the NIH, and Ralph Barrick in the whole origins of SARS-CoV-2. He wrote a piece, I believe, in the New York Times in 2018 on disease X. Disease X is not a real disease. It's a concept of, can scientists use gain-of-function research and make a serious disease in the lab and then make a vaccine to it. So it's a strategy. And what Daszak says is, we want to get ahead of nature, try to anticipate what nature is going to potentially evolve, and then create this new pathogen in the lab and have the vaccine ready to go. Today, the World Economic Forum actually has a whole session on this about disease X. And what people are really worried about, and by the way, none of these sessions have anything on it about improved biolab safety. What people are worried about is creation of all these pathogens in these labs and then having another weekend.
And the disease X that has hit the headlines lately is as I understand it, if I remember correctly, a modified coronavirus that affects brains and was shown to kill mice quickly. Is that what I'm hearing? This particular disease X of hand lately?
Well, yeah, it was a modification of a coronavirus. And again, back to Peter Daszak, the EcoHealth Alliance employs dozens and dozens of scientists. They're funded by the U.S. government. He's just been funded again. He's not taking the research projects to Wuhan, but he's going to Duke University in Singapore to work on bat coronaviruses, to actually do more coronavirus research. And we know that gain-of-function research is done outside the United States. It's not banned in the United States. It's just the federal funding for U.S. institutions is banned. So there's foundation work and independently funded gain-of-function in the United States, and then it's a gain-of-function bonanza outside the United States. And I think, if anything, our world leaders ought to look at gain-of-function research and really ask a question: is this wise to do? We've already gotten the world sick once with this. Is this going to be a repeated problem?
Yes, I agree with you. I want to restate it and state it out lound, which is that somebody, ideally in positions of authority, need to examine this systematically in a large setting with lots of smart people. I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. On one side, people are saying it's a crime against humanity that we are doing this kind of gain-of-function research. On the other, they believe they are actually helping people prevent these pandemics of the future or be able to respond to them. I'm wondering if there's a middle ground. I wonder if I don't know that a crime against humanity. The folks that say that, I would want to see some motivation that people are actually trying to hurt people. I don't think people are trying to hurt people. I think they have a point of view. They're forging ahead. There's all kinds of secondary gains that they get. They believe they're doing good. I just don't know if it is worth the risk. Wouldn't you agree, Dr. McCullough?
You know, we don't hear about nuclear warheads and missile defense systems anymore. The new normal now is these biolabs, biological threats, and then countermeasures. Countermeasures are vaccines, monoclonal antibodies, and therapeutics. And this is the new normal. It's a very rich environment now. In our book, we define this biopharmaceutical complex. It's this syndicate of these NGOs, richly funded, all not organizations. They're NGOs. They're funding each other. You have the pharmaceutical companies closely tied to them. And the investments are very rich. Remember, if there's another pandemic, the government is buying all the products, prepaid. Can you imagine? You know, a blockbuster drug used to earn $1 billion in its first year, and the companies would spend $500 million or more in research and development. Now, the vaccines, the new normal, is $100 billion, and the government pays for the research and development.
One of the question marks over my head is why monoclonal antibodies weren't pushed more, or why people weren't educated about monoclonal antibodies. And to that same point, when I went out and I did a bunch of Instagram lives when I was sick, and I tried to tell people about, I had a marked response to monoclonal antibody back when it was bamlanivimab. And I was saying we should be educating people how to respond to COVID, not how to hide from it, how to get well. It was something I know you were very involved with. And the first pushback I got was, oh, you can afford it. It's like, no, it was free. The government had already bought all the monoclonal antibodies, and they will send somebody to your home to do the infusion. The government pays for it. And was it that it was too expensive? The government was fearful of incurring all that expense, but it was the oddest thing in the world to me. And I understand we had to come up with new monoclonal antibodies as the virus became less responsive to them. But why do you think why public health didn't educate about public health? What was going on through all that?
It was an epic failure. I used the monoclonal antibodies probably hundreds of times and consistently safe and effective, pulled people out of it. And it's a paper in Medical Economics in 2020. They were all pre-purchased. We had enough monoclonal antibodies to treat every American. And what the FDA did is, based on modeling, not based on clinical outcomes, but modeling, they quickly pulled each one off the market, saying, oh, the virus changed. This monoclonal antibody can't possibly work. We don't know if they're right or they're wrong, but when the analyses have done retrospectively, they had a massive decrement in mortality. And the shortcomings were, I had a patient today who got really sick with COVID in 2021. This is a diabetic, obese, he's had strokes, and he goes in and he wants monoclonal antibodies. And they said, your O2 saturation is just too low to get them. And it was modest. Maybe it was, What does that even mean?
Was he in heart failure and they couldn't handle the extra fluid? What is going on here?
There were protocols saying if the O2 saturation was low, or if the patient was going to be an inpatient, they couldn't get it. And those are the exact people who needed them. So I made the case, Dr. Drew, I made the case that every patient in the ER who was sick enough to go to the ER should have gotten a monoclonal antibody infusion. And there's a paper written on this. It was about 15% of people actually did get the monoclonal antibodies. Once they were admitted, they almost all survived. It's those who didn't get the
course.
monoclonal antibodies who passed away.
It could have been used as a preventative if there was somebody at high risk in the home with somebody with COVID. It could have been just, it could have taken care of everything, but we were in such a weird hysteria that, and I remember, if you remember, this is one of the most disturbing chapters of many bad chapters, was the governor of Florida was doing exactly what we're talking about. I believe it was when there was a dual agent monoclonal antibody and had vans and was going out and distributing it throughout the communities. And the government pulled the monoclonal antibodies from the state of Florida.
Right. Right.
Right?
Right. You know, when you think
that
about
was
it,
criminal action as far as I'm concerned. Now, they claimed they had to distribute them elsewhere. I want evidence of that. That looked criminal to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I agree. When you think of it, if I was running the operations, I would have had all the nursing homes with a monoclonal antibody infusion program.
Oh, yeah.
Either stock them or rapidly
course.
deliver them. The home infusions were great. All the ER patients should have gotten them. They were always safe and effective. There's actually not been a single analysis showing that they failed in any way. And we're talking about outcomes of hospitalization and death. The monoclonal antibodies were a winner. And there was even this dual combination that can be given as a depot intramuscularly. And they provided protection for about 6 months that could have protected our immunocompromised and transplant populations. It just was a travesty that they weren't leveraged.
So again, I want to, this stuff goes by pretty fast. I want to make sure we make note of some of this stuff. There was several studies on an oil-based dual agent that was used to prevent COVID in people who are high risk and were even exposed in the household. Now, as I recall those studies, it was not 100% effective, but it significantly reduced transmission in the home for people at high risk. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. So, and I use them in my practice. Yeah.
Oh, no kidding. It therapeutically or as a prophylaxis or both?
As a prophylaxis, it can be used in a dialysis patient, and you can get it every 6 months, and it provided wonderful protection. Even if they got it, it was very mild. So the point we're making, Dr. Drew, is not everything from Operation Warp Speed was bad. That wasn't the case. It's just that our public health response couldn't sift through this and get things operationalized, and people suffered.
Well, you're being kind in sort of saying it that way. They had 2 or 3 messages and they couldn't get off them, and they were the only messages, and anything else that could have helped people and saved lives. If you were literally crushed if you brought them up. It's just, there was so many misadventures as this thing rolled along, and my fear is that there are continuing to be. And certainly if our history is any lesson, it's worthy of contemplating that there could be things afoot because they've made huge mistakes in the past. Let's just try to get this right. That's all we're all trying to do. We're trying to get this right. Dr. McCullough, going forward, are there things you have concerns about? And then we'll kind of wrap this thing up.
The greatest concern is that, I just testified in Congress. We had some frank conversations. It was the opinion of Senator Ron Johnson and even others on the congressional side that we don't have enough public will, believe it or not, to pull the vaccines off the market. We certainly don't have the will in Congress. The FDA is not going to do it. There are 5 congressional oversight panels over the FDA. They have very loose and powerless oversight, but they can't even muster up the impetus to actually write a letter calling for the vaccines to be pulled off the market. We've got one Surgeon General. We have dozens of them across the country. That day, Friday, January 12th, a Rasmussen poll came out. 53% of Americans do think the vaccines are having serious side effects leading to large numbers of deaths. 53%. But that means 47% don't. So the conclusion was we do need more public awareness that these are going to continue to roll. We can't rely on the FDA to safeguard Americans.
And there we are. Whatever your concerns are, whichever side of the argument you land, our job is to make the best decision for each patient that sits in front of us. That's it. To use our best judgment. That's it. That's our job. And no one from on high should be determining what we recommend, but it is important that we all carefully read the literature, carefully try to assess the science, and assess the risk reward for the given patient in front of us. Dr. McCullough, it's always a privilege to talk to you, and it's always a pleasure to serve with you on the board at the Wellness Company, and I'll see you on Friday morning.
See you then.
All right, Dr. Peter McCullough, everybody. Get him at petermcculloughmd.com, MCCulloughMD.com. Caleb, did you ever get me that video on DNA repair? I didn't want to necessarily
I tried to
push
find it. I found some, and then I thought the show was ending, and I closed all my tabs, so it's gone now.
Okay. Khan Academy had some good. If anybody wants to see it, Khan Academy has a good one. Just put DNA repair, DNA repair replication, DNA repair in replication. So again, DNA replicates itself. When you have two complete strands of DNA, but there are errors in it, and so there's systems that come in and repair all that. And there's a system that surveys it for errors, or multiple systems, and then a system that comes in and repairs those errors once they're identified. It's crazy that our DNA. You know what? It's if you understand biology, if you're used to hearing these sort of stories about how cells work, it's not like these things have central nervous systems or brain. This is strictly thermodynamics. Is proteins that have folded into a certain way that will, because of the forces of thermodynamics, come in and do this process, not because somebody has preconceived it. It's the laws of physics and physical chemistry that determine the behavior. And it looks like like a conscious organism. It looks like something that's is doing its thing in a thoughtful way. But this is just the laws of physics operating in chemistry. Susan, you're leaning in. What do you think?
Interesting.
It's interesting, right? And when you see
I love when you use your hands to talk.
Right, where I strike back. What do we got coming up here, Caleb? Let's see what's happening. We have, Royce Weiss tomorrow running for Senate. Got a heck of a story. And we're going to bring Paul Alexander back. There was some weird vaccine stuff swirling around a couple of days, or I guess yesterday, and we want to get everything straightened out. Jim Brewer, Joe Latipo, as we said. Roseanne coming up February 7th. And hopefully you'll be here with us. Do sign up at our Rumble page. We love having more subscribers there, if you don't mind. And do check out the page for our sponsors. What is it, Susan? The
DrDrew.com